Alrighty. Uh, 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 Alrighty. So, JR here with a little bit of a special video. Gonna go through the the entire Life is Strange, pretty much the entire Life is Strange franchise, and we're going to rank rank everything from we're gonna rank everything for the most part. Rank everything. Uh, Obviously, there's gonna be a couple of exceptions, cause of the novels. So the novels are some of the original novel characters will be kind of put to the side. But when we get to the because as you can see, we're gonna split it between four categories. We're gonna have the soundtrack, obviously, because the music in these games are a pretty big part of the games. And we're gonna do the individual episodes. So episodes and chapters, which the chapters for True Colors and Double Exposure are going to be a little much. Well, not much, but it's going to be a little weird because those games were not released in a episodic fashion. So we're gonna try to grade those chapters and stuff on like a curve per se. So we're going to hey. So uh and then obviously, so we got those, we got characters, we got and then at the very end we're gonna bring all these elements together and see which we're gonna see in the franchise section where does the whole package of these games, novels, comics, where they land. So obviously the characters are going to be a long one. So we're gonna do soundtrack first, Then we're gonna do the episodes and chapters next, and then we're going to do uh, characters after, and then uh, the franchise after that. So we'll end it all with bringing it all together. And as you can see right next to me, I have Rachel, Chloe, and Max over here helping me and going to be judging me every step of the way through this whole process. uh, it's gonna it's gonna be a fun little thing. All right, so this is soundtrack. Okay, good. Making sure I arrange these in the proper way. All right, so we're gonna try to go in. Hmm. We're gonna try to go in. I guess in release order. Some of these are gonna be actually no, because it's the soundtrack, so we don't really have to get into too many specifics as far as like story and stuff go. So there's not gonna be much spoilers or anything in here. So that'll be fine. All right. So we'll get the DLC episodes and stuff out the way uh right now. So first off, we have the Adventures of Captain Spirit. So with this one, because this was released as a almost kind of like a demo and preview for Life is Strange 2 by Dotnod. So this was a very small thing. You could kind of get through it pretty quickly, especially at a point it's kind of timed, so you could almost like finish it without doing a lot of stuff, because the game will kind of knock you out into the ending immediately. But they do pack a couple of really cool songs in it. Some of these songs I am not going to be able to to explicitly name for some of these games, like but if I remember a specific song, or a specific song comes to mind, I will mention it. But as far as Captain Spirit goes, it was an alright, nice little whimsical soundtrack, especially during the imagination sequences and stuff. Like it was like that was pretty good. So, and the soundtrack is pretty limited, so it's not like it has a big playlist. So we'll do I guess we could do almost middle of the road. Yeah, we'll kind of do middle of the road here with like a B. Um, it's the biggest noteworthy one of this is they used the song that they used for the trailer for this for Captain Spirit actually I funny enough got recycled for um for the trailer for the comic book uh when the comic book was coming out. So that was actually I thought that was pretty cool that they used um a Captain Spirit song for the comic book trailer, which was pretty cool. Um, and now we move on to Farewell. So, because we're getting like the short DLC episodes and stuff out the way. So Farewell was the add-on to the separate add-on episode to Before the Storm. So they didn't have. There's only one like license soundtrack song that I remember, which is really good, and it's the last song um, during the ending montage when you finish the episode. Black, I believe it's called Black Flies. It's like that. It's pretty sad, but if you know what happens in Farewell, which we'll get to it in more detail later, it it hits pretty hard. uh, so it's really memorable for that. Um, and the mood and the song mood is really good. The as far as like the little ambiance music, the like the pause screen music and stuff like that. Really, really good. Especially it reflects the just like Captain Spirit's music kind of represented Chris, the kid who is well imagines himself as a superhero called Captain Spirit. Uh, just like the Captain Spirit soundtrack kind of reflected his his like childlike innocence and wonder, pretty much. Um, this one also represent Farewell soundtrack also represents like young Max and Chloe's relationship and their friendship and stuff, and they're still kind of a little bit of wonder, a little bit that by the end of the episode is kind of pretty much going away because reality is kind of slapping them in the face with some stuff that happens. So I would put Farewell on the same level as Captain Spirit, but I would give Farewell a little bit of a slight edge, mainly because of the ending song for Black Flies. Like that song matched so well with the with the uh with the very heart wrenching scenes and stuff that's being montaged through the ending through the end of the game. So definitely hits hits very well. Very memorable music choice there. um, what else? Oh, and the last little thing of DLC is all the way on the side here. Uh, the bonus episode for Life is Strange True Colors, which was Wavelengths, which is uh, Steph's little short little prequel episode that leads into True Colors. Now this one had a lot of really a lot of music playlists for as small as the episode is. They really packed a bunch of music into it, which makes sense considering the whole point of the episode is that you're in a that you have a job at a radio station, and you're pretty much like, you know, playing music and stuff and taking like calls and stuff. So they really use that as a way to put a lot of music into it. Like some so there was like what was it? Some songs from what was it, Haley Kiyoko? What was it? Girls in Red, I think, was one of them. They also brought back one song from I believe was Local Natives, who they also did a song for the original Life is Strange. So that was nice that they brought them back to do got a song from them to reflect like the original game. At least one returning artist from a previous game has another song in the game in a later game, which was pretty cool that they did that. So as far as the soundtrack goes, I would give this one uh hmm, I would give Wavelengths a I would give it a probably hmm, I would get out. Yeah, I would probably put it. Yeah, I think B's fine. A little behind. A little behind Farewell, mainly because their one musical choice hit so hard that it like really fit, and because Wavelengths' premise is, as I said, pretty much you're a DJ. You're working as a DJ in on a radio station. Most of the songs that are in the game pretty much come off as, you know, as they're supposed to be, like songs on a playlist that just get played in between the hosting segments. So there's that, and obviously they have more varied music than Captain Spirit did. So hence why it's I smack it in the middle here. Who else? What else we have? Because this one's easy enough to just jump around a little bit. Um, we'll do Life is Strange 2. So, Life is Strange 2, the soundtrack for this wasn't extremely noteworthy for me, besides a couple of sections. Most of the game didn't really have a lot of soundtrack to it, especially when you're like walking around and stuff. There wasn't really much like background music or anything like that. Most of the music was saved for certain scenes, certain big dramatic scenes, and certain and obviously for the ending of every episode. So the ending of every episode had to have a musical number. So that was so I would give this one probably I'll probably give this yeah, probably here. Yeah, probably in the middle. Cause this yeah, cause as I said, I don't remember the soundtrack so much. Like it didn't really stick with me too much. Um, I think only one song kind of sticks out. I forget it's his. I think it was the end of episode 2. I think the song that plays during that, like, I enjoyed. But other than that, it doesn't, like, there isn't really any music that kind of like sticks out for me. All right. So what else we got here? Let's go with let's go with how about True Colors? How about True Colors? We got let's see. Um, hmm. Should I count the trailer music though? Um, because that's also the thing with some of these is some of the music that's in the trailers don't necessarily appear within the game themselves. Because there's certain music that in the trailers that's really good. That was kind of disappointing that they did not that they weren't in the game. So that's kind of that was kind of disappointing. But yeah, whew. I would give. Hmm. I would give True Colors a. Hmm. Probably in the middle. Because I probably put it in the middle of these so far. Mainly because the of the songs that they actually have the main character of True Colors, Alex, that they actually have her sing twice in the game. In the first chapter, she sings, which is kind of like a little sad. So uh, that was really kind of heartfelt to see to listen to what her state of mind is in the beginning of the game. So her doing the little singing part was pretty all right. Also, with her singing sections, Alex was voiced by MX Tune in those singing portions. So Alex's normal voice actress, uh, Erica Mori, didn't do the singing parts, the two singing sections. She did everything else, but but the singing they got somebody else to do it. Don't necessarily know probably why, but it wasn't extremely noticeable. Like the singing voice wasn't a gigantic departure from her normal from Erica Mori's regular performance that her and MXN Tune would sound completely different within the game. So it's not that bad that noticeable. It flows in pretty well. I do enjoy the second singing sequence for Alex with her what was it singing the name of the song I believe is Blister in the Sun, where she's singing it with well, she's singing on her own, but she's performing the song with her guitar, because she sings and performs both songs with her acoustic guitar. So in the second one, she's actually doing it on stage during a festival. So she actually has a little crowd of people that she's that she's singing and performing for. Whereas opposed in the first musical number, she's doing it by herself in her room. So no one's there to listen or anything like that. Um, which is a good contrast to the second musical number with Blister in the Sun, where she's pretty much performing for people, around people, and Blister in the Sun is a lot more of a jovial, upbeat song. So it shows her progression of her mindset by that point of the game, because that second singing number happens in the fourth chapter of the game. So and the fact that she's doing it with that she's performing with Steph on drums, which is one of the major supporting characters of True Colors. So she's doing kind of a almost pretty much like a duet, since Alex is singing and doing the guitar, and Steph is, she's not singing, but she's doing drums. So she's doing backup drums. So that's pretty good. Uh, and then the rest of like the licensed soundtrack and stuff that you hear when you're that you play some records, because you could play some records in your room during certain sections of the game. You could play those, and you also have some that we would call like moments of, I believe they're like, whichever phrase you want to do it, like call them like Zen moments, or what was it, Zen moments or moments of calm, because these are sections where you kind of just sit, kind of like just sit around, and you'll have like inner monologues with your character. Because pretty much like all these games kind of have them, but it depends on. But each game kind of has a certain amount. So some of them you don't even know are there. It's kind of like if you're exploring around, you could kind of like find these places and just like have the character like sit, take a break, uh, inner monologue to themselves about current events in the game, like certain events that have happened and certain choices that you made, like them thinking about certain things that they did, that choices that you made throughout the game, and the character themselves thinking back to them and reflecting on them and stuff. Um, so that's really good. I really really like them, because the Zen moments also usually after they're done, and while they're doing their inner monologue, they usually have a song that plays in the background. And I remember the songs for most of those like calm moments in True Colors being pretty good. The music choices for those, especially in the times when you go to the record store that Steph works at, they actually have a little corner, listening corner, where you can have Alex just sit in the chair, put on some headphones, and it plays some music there. So, and those were usually some good fun songs. You know what? On most reflection, going through it, you know what? I'm gonna bump up True Colors to an A. There you go. Our first little decision of, like, you know what? As we're talking through it, I'll bump it up a little bit. All right. What else we have? All right. So now we'll go with double exposure. So we'll go with double exposure. Double exposure's soundtrack. I do like the finals. I really like the final song of the game. The song that the game closes out on. I really like that. I really like the song that plays at the beginning of the game when they're building up to Max's reveal. Like I really like that at the beginning of the game. The songs during the monologue, the calm monologue sections, I enjoyed for the most part. Let's see, I especially like the bar that you frequent throughout the game. The bar is always playing, like, obviously, like any bar does. Like, they have music on the speakers that just plays, and the musical choices for the bar, I really enjoyed. I really found myself most of the time when I'm walking around and exploring the bar and stuff, and doing stuff in the bar. I really found myself, like, kind of just standing there and whatnot, and just listening to, like, the music and stuff around. So, I really like that. So I will, and I also, to go to show also how much I really like the music for double exposure. Give me a minute. I also was lucky enough to get the soundtrack for it, like the actual vinyl soundtrack. So that's pretty cool. So let me put this down. There we go. Put that back where it belongs. So I'll give double exposure I'll put it on. Yeah, I'll put it right behind. I'll put it right behind True Colors. Mainly because, as far as soundtracks go, the musical performances that they did for Alex uh really set that game apart from all the other ones, because all the other ones never did anything like that. Like the characters themselves don't have like a big musical like a musical part where they actually perform any songs or any music or anything like that, especially in that type of way. So so definitely it gets more points for that. And also, sadly, it probably double exposure probably would have uh, gone over True Colors if they actually had Hannah Tell, Max's Max's voice actor, if they actually had her perform a song, which is kind of funny and ironic because Hannah Tell in real life actually does make music. Like she actually makes actual music and sings and stuff. So it was a very missed opportunity to not have Hannah Tell actually perform a song at some point in the game. Really, really big missed opportunity. I wish they would have did it, because that would have definitely put double exposure over True Colors if they did that. But sadly, they did not. But the soundtrack was still solid though. Okay. Okay, last two games for soundtrack. I already know where one of these is gonna go. It's the other one where I'm kind of torn. Cause if we're going to include the music that was used in trailers and stuff, then one of them is definitely going to be at the top. Because I know one of these is definitely immediately at the top. Because one of these last two have a great overall soundtrack. Because one of these has a lot of songs that I always use on my playlist when I just wanna chill and listen to like music. One of these has a lot of songs that I definitely go back to. So, who? There we go. We're gonna go with for the original Life is Strange. We're gonna put it on. We're gonna put it on at the top of the list here. Because with this one, with the original game soundtrack set a high bar for everything that came after to try to come close to. Because besides the music, the background music and stuff that was used in the game, which sets a really amazing tone. Definitely fits the supernatural aspect of the time the time aspect of the game, kind of like a ooh earth otherworldly type of thing. So and specifically, um, what was it? The two Sid Meier songs. What was it? To all of you, which is the first licensed song that you hear in the game. Because right when Max is puts on her headphones when she leaves the classroom and is about to start walking down the hallway, when she puts in those headphones and to all of you plays with the title sequence, with the title card appearing right next to her, and then you walking that that hallway with that song playing the entire time. Mwah, amazing. Like that moment when I played the game originally immediately set a mood of like, oh, this is kind of the feel that this game is going for. So it's amazing. And the other Sid Meier's song, Crosses, which plays at the end of episode 1, and depending on what ending you choose at the end of the final episode 5, Crosses will play again during that ending. So that is so it's almost like it's like a full circle moment. The first, because depending on what you chose, the first and last episode can end with the same song playing, which is pretty crazy. It's kind of like kind of closing the circle in a way. Um, uh, and uh, and if you pick the other ending, the song that plays during that is also really really amazing. Spanish. I believe the name of the song is Spanish Sahara. Ooh, that song just gives so many emotions, especially picking that other ending and having that song play. Oh, oh, hits in the best and worst ways possible. It's definitely a love and hate like feeling for that. All right. Oh, and the theme song for the local natives song that plays at the end of episode 2 of the original game is also really really good. I love that. That's one of the songs I really love. Which I really love the fact that when they did the remasters, when they remastered the original Life is Strange and Before the Storm, they used um, they used that local native song for the, I believe they used it for the launch trailer. Yeah, I believe it was the launch trailer that they used it for. One like amazing choice. I was like, okay. I was like, that's great. They used it for the trailer for that one. So and obviously, just like I said before with wavelengths, it's also really cool that they brought them back to do to have a song of theirs, a different song of theirs in wavelengths. So really, 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 really good. Um, any other? And obviously, if you heard the any of the which is disappointing that most of the original trailer music for the trailers of the original Life is Strange, those those musical tracks in those trailers were really good and were really good and really fun. The only disappointing thing is that they were not in the game itself. Like even in the moments of even in the calm monologue moments, none of those songs are in there either. So it's kind of it's kind of bittersweet that it's like that. But hey, what can you do? At least it still doesn't stop it from being the game, what's in the game itself, from being a very iconic soundtrack. Really, 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 really good. And last but not least, for the soundtrack category is is Before the Storm. For and this was the game that I mentioned that immediately I knew this game was immediately going to be at the top of the list. Immediately. I knew. I knew immediately it was going to be. Mainly because the music that was done for this game, like besides like the licensed music, but also uh like the background ambiance music was amazing from most of the music in Before the Storm was done by the band Daughter, and all of their licensed music in the game is really good. And then the music that they made that they made specifically for the game, like the background ambiance music and stuff that they made, also amazing. Really, like that. Before the Storm is the one Life is Strange game that most of the music that's in that game I repeat on my playlist like most of the time. So good, such an amazing soundtrack. All right, so let's double check where I would put. Hmm, let's see. The top, I wouldn't move anything. Those for me, for as I said, for me personally, I would give the slight edge to Before the Storm's soundtrack. For me, being being better than the original game soundtrack. But then again, these two games, it's a toss up in one or the other. Like both of these games have probably the strongest soundtracks out of the entire out of all the games. Like these two are the highest ones. I'm thinking of nah. I was thinking of putting Captain Spirit down one, mainly because there's not like the quantity of music is not a lot. But then again, it makes me feel like I'm bullying the shit out of the kids. So like no, I'll keep you there. Like at least the little bit of music that Captain Spirit does have, at least is good. Um. All right. So this is where the soundtrack is lying. So the soundtrack is this. So now we're going to move on to where we're gonna start getting into heavy, heavy spoiler territory because we're gonna be going over the episodes now. So here we go. Got the advertisements in the way, but yeah. So we're gonna go through these episodes, and for this we might as well go in. We're gonna go in actual release order. And as a little plus, as a reminder of and to remind ourselves um, and also to refresh myself too a little bit to what happens in each of these episodes. We'll go through a little bit of the episode trailers. Do I even have? No, I do not. No, I don't. It's not here, is it? Huh. Hmm. Okay, we'll probably just do. I'll look up Captain Spirit after. Well, not after, but I'll look up Captain Spirit before we get to it. Because I thought I had it in the playlist. It doesn't seem like I do. Alright. So here we go. This was episode 1. When episode 1 came out. So let's get a little bit of a refresher on episode 1. So here we go.
16. So what do you want? You don't know who the fuck I am.
What are you doing? Get that gun away from me, psycho! No!
My name is Max Caulfield. I'm 18 years old. Years ago, my family moved away and I left behind my childhood. After 5 years, I'm back in my hometown, Arcadia Bay, Oregon. Now I'm studying photography at Blackwell Academy, my new home. In the end, it's still high school, which kind of sucks. Then there's Chloe.
Home, shit, home. Let's dance! Or take my picture with your new camera. Come on, rock out, girl!
Then something happened. Something that changed my life forever.
Max, what's going on?
Where am I? There's something else I have to tell you. Holy shit.
Talk to me, Max.
Whoa! No! I discovered I could reverse time.
Max, start from the beginning. Hey! Max? Chloe? Oh! Get in, Max! In the bathroom today. You set off the alarm. You hella saved my life. Don't ever touch me again!
Then I realized I had a choice. Hey, you okay? And the power to change everything.
Bang! What the hell? Come on, slowpoke!
If I see you here again, you'll learn all about real trouble.
So, what would you do now?
Okay. Alright, so that was a little bit of a refresher of some of the stuff that happens in episode 1 of the original Life is Strange. So, oh fuck. So, I'm over here thinking too far ahead now, and emotions are gonna start coming out before we even get to anything. So, so as far as a introduction, like an introductory episode, because most of what happens in the first episode of the original Life is Strange, and pretty much the first episode of every one of these games is pretty much like you getting to know like the support, like, or like the main cast, getting a feel for where they are. So that way you know, like, as they evolve and stuff during the course of the game, you have an idea of where they started from and where they got to by the end. So, so as far as supporting character starting episodes go, I would put the original game because the only big events that really happen in the first game, besides introducing everyone, getting to know, getting a good baseline for where everybody's at, from the supporting characters, the main characters, and everything, is the very beginning of the game where Max wakes up on the on the path going up to the lighthouse while the storm and everything is happening, where she just wakes up there and she's like, what the hell's going on? And then the walking up to the lighthouse, seeing the big ass tornado that's coming to that's slowly moving its way to the town, to the town that you live in, Arcadia Bay. That the tornado is slowly moving its way there, and then the tornado tossing one of the boats to the lighthouse, and then the top of the lighthouse like falling, and you think it's gonna fall on Max and like squish her, but instead she wakes up at her desk in the well, I say desk, but it's more like her the table, because they don't really have like stereotypical school desks in Blackwell Academy, the school that Max goes to. So they have so she wakes up wondering what the hell is that, and then she goes to once the class session ends, and then the scene I said earlier, when she goes out, puts the headphones in her ears, and then To All of You plays, and she starts walking down the hallway and stuff. She makes her way to the bathroom, which the hallway section is also kind of where all the supporting characters are. So that's where you can kind of, you don't talk to them, but you have like inner monologue moments where Max kind of tells you from her perspective what she thinks of like each of the characters so far at this point. So you can get like that's where you get like a feel for the supporting characters, for most of the supporting characters. And then you go to and then you make your way to the bathroom. You do what you gotta do in the bathroom, and then while you're washing your face at the sink, a blue butterfly flies in, and it flies over to a bucket and just like kind of like just sits on a bucket. Max, sees it fly over there and decides to take a picture. So that picture, she takes a picture because she's specifically in like photography, like that's like the major thing that she's doing. So she's like a big photography student, and she likes taking specifically like Polaroid pictures. So she takes a picture of the butterfly on the bucket, and then right after she does that, this guy comes in to the girls' bathroom, because Max is in the girls' bathroom. So for whatever reason, he comes into the girls' bathroom. And you come later to find out that the guy's name is Nathan. So Nathan comes in there. He's really distressed about something. He's very anxious and like agitated, and he's kind of like talking to himself, kind of like trying to psych himself up, being like don't worry and stuff, like you run, you're the big guy, you run this shit, and like stuff like that. And then that's when and meanwhile Max is hiding at the other end of the bathroom behind the last stall. So he doesn't really see her. She's kind of like peeking out the side a little bit. And then what was it? Then this blue-haired girl. This blue-haired girl comes into the bathroom. Is confronting Nathan. Essentially trying to blackmail him, saying that she knows that he's dealing drugs and stuff on campus, all that stuff, and she's gonna that she'll tell everyone, like, you know, the stuff that he's doing and whatnot. So in response to that, Nathan pulls out a gun that he was hiding. You know, points it at her face. The blue-haired girl, who we will come to find out her name is Chloe. So she's rightfully freaking out because it's like, bro, you're pointing a gun at my face and all that stuff. And then he winds up holding the gun up to her like stomach and whatnot. Threatens to is pretty much like threatening to shoot and whatnot. And then Chloe eventually winds up like shoving him like backwards, goes to like push him backwards. And in the process of her doing that, the gun in Nathan's hand goes off and shoots Chloe in the stomach. And then that's when Max jumps, like, comes out of hiding and like pulls out her hand, her arm, and is like, no. And then all this happens in like slow motion. And then it rewinds. And Max is back at her table in the same class that she just finished a little while ago. So she's like internally freaking out, like did all that shit just happen? Like, I saw a girl get shot and stuff in the bathroom, and next thing I know, I'm here. I'm back here. So she ends up doing like a test and be like, okay, if this is how it happens, then obviously they're gonna say this, they're gonna say this, and then this is gonna happen. And to her surprise, that's exactly what's happening. So she's like, oh shit, this is happening. She goes to so she has to hurry up for class to end. She's like, she has a test of powers because she accidentally knocks over her camera. So to test if she has time rewinding powers, like time manipulation powers, she ends up rewinding the camera, and it obviously is not broken anymore because she rewound it. So she's like, oh shit, I do have time powers. What the fuck? So she's trying to like hurry up for class to end. So class ends again, and this time she wants to book it to the bathroom, like real fast. So she ends up going to the bathroom, waiting in the bathroom a little longer because she gets there early. And then, you know, everything is starting to play out the same way. So now she's like, okay, how am I gonna get this guy? From her point of view, this guy, because she never calls him Nathan, but she knows it's Nathan. Like, she calls him Nathan later. So to prevent Nathan from shooting Chloe, you have to figure out a way to prevent that. And the way you prevent it is to find a little hammer to break the fire alarm that's behind the bucket that you took the picture of the butterfly. So you do that, you do the fire alarm. That distracts Nathan enough that Chloe ends up kneeing him in the stomach or the balls, because it depends on how you read it. But either way, it knocks him over, and she doesn't get shot. She ends up, like, obviously booking it out of the bathroom. She leaves, and Nathan also hurries up and leaves, while, you know, re-hiding the gun in the sweater or whatnot he was wearing, or tucking it into his pants or whatnot. And then from there, Max goes out. And then after that, you have your moments of actually conversing with the supporting cast outside the school. Because obviously they pulled the fire alarm, so everybody evacuated, so everyone's in front of the school. So by the time you get outside, they already turned off the fire alarm, so now you can just go, you take the opportunity to, like, talk to everyone. So you could start talking to people, getting to know them, and things like that, and whatnot. And after you do that, then you go to, you end up going to you go back to your dorm, and when you're at your dorm, you could also get to know some more supporting cast of characters there. You have to get past the Mean Girls squad of Victoria, Courtney, and Taylor. You have to get past them. And then you get into the dorm. You go into the dorm. There's other characters you could interact with. You do some of them a favor and stuff before you go into your dorm to pick up a USB stick that you borrowed from this guy named Warren. And you have to return it to him. So you go to the meet up with him at the parking lot, in the school parking lot. Meet up with him, give him the thing, and while you're in the middle of talking with him, Nathan comes out because he recognized your. Because earlier in the bathroom, Max ripped up a photo that she was going to. That she was supposed to hand in for a project, for a school project, like a contest project. So she ends up, like, ripping it up because she doesn't think it's good enough. And when Nathan was leaving, he saw that photo, so he Max is in the photo that she ripped up. So he already knows she was in the bathroom. So hence why he's coming up to her very aggressively and being like, "What the fuck did you see in the bathroom? What the hell you do?" And obviously you could say different things or whatnot to him and whatnot. But it all leads to him aggressively putting his hands on Max, pretty much no matter what. Warren ends up trying to step in, he gets headbutted for one for trying to step in. And then Nathan continues to have Max by the I believe by the throat. Like he has her by the throat, I believe. And then while that's happening, Nathan gets up from No, Nathan doesn't. Warren doesn't get up yet. Max ends up clawing his face with her nails, like scraping his face. He gets stunned a little bit. She falls on the floor, and right as she's falling, this beat up looking pickup truck comes in, almost runs her over. But the truck obviously stops in time. So when Max gets up, she sees that it's the blue-haired girl, Chloe, who she saved from getting shot by Nathan in the bathroom. And that turns out and Chloe ends up calling Max's name. And then in response, Max is like, Chloe? Because she recognizes the voice more. So now they obviously knew each other. Key point is knew each other. And she ends up Chloe ends up opening the door to tell her to get in the car so they can leave, get into the truck so they can leave. She ends up Warren ends up giving her the opportunity to get in the car because he kind of tackles Nathan to the ground, even though Nathan immediately turns it around on him and starts punching the shit out of his face. But it distracts Nathan long enough for Max to get in Chloe's truck and for them to drive off. So they drive off. They end up as Chloe's driving, they end up like reconnecting. You kind of find out what their deal is between the two of them. They were former best friends before Max moved away for a couple of years, and then now she's back in town and whatnot. For specifically Blackwell Academy, so she got like a photography scholarship or whatnot. So she chose to come back to Arcadia Bay. So now so they reconnect slightly. Chloe is obviously, mad because when Max left, she left right after Chloe's dad died in a car accident, in a car crash. So Chloe didn't have her best friend there to help her through all the grief and stuff. But don't worry, we'll get to parents and stuff later. And how that goes. But so Chloe's a little sore about that, and also the fact that Max didn't bother to get in contact with Chloe when she got back to Arcadia Bay. So she's been back in Arcadia Bay for a little while and never tried to contact Chloe again. So there's some friction there that we obviously can overcome as the game goes on. So Chloe drives us to her house. So we kind of reminisce at her house. Also, we have to fix our camera, because when we fell to the ground, when Nathan was when we took the opportunity to scratch Nathan's face and Max fell over, the camera that she kept in her bag got got broken. So she needs to like repair it. So while she's at Chloe's house, she takes the opportunity to like try to find some tools that she could use to try to maybe fix it. But it doesn't fix it. So she can't fix it. So in the middle of that, Chloe, Max had her photos that she took, like out on the desk that she's trying to repair the camera with. Chloe notices the blue butterfly photo on the bucket, and from that photo, she's like, "You were in the bathroom today." And whatnot, and then she's like, "Oh shit," and then puts two and two together of like, "Oh, that's why Nathan was mad at you," and like stuff like that, and things like that, and that obviously Max overheard everything that happened and all that stuff. So she ends up gifting Max another Polaroid camera that used to belong to her father, William, the one that died in the car crash. So she gives that camera to that Polaroid camera to Max, and then as Max's gift, Chloe takes the butterfly photo, the blue butterfly photo, as her like as her trade, like her gift. And Max is like, sure, go ahead and take it. Like, obviously she also doesn't want to take the camera because it used to be William, so a lot of sentimentality, but Chloe wants her to take it anyway. So with the insistence of that, she takes the camera. And then from there, you end up playing some music, like dance around a little bit. And then from there, Chloe's stepdad comes in, David, who David is the head of security at Blackwell. And he's also a former military hard ass. So he's very aggressive and doesn't have the best people skills. Which obviously Chloe doesn't. Chloe knows this full well, so she can. So she tells Max to hide. And at this point, you could, while Chloe's keeping David from coming into the room, because he doesn't like the music that Chloe's playing and stuff, so he comes upstairs to her room and whatnot, and is like, wants to be like, what's going on type of thing. So Chloe's trying to make sure he doesn't come in. And then she ends up, Max can end up either not finding a hiding place in time, or you can actually, with your time powers and everything, hide in the closet. And then from there, once David comes in, you could either come out and like defend Chloe from David's like yelling and stuff that he's doing. Or you could stay hidden, and then David gets very physical, and by physical I mean like backhand slapping Chloe and whatnot. So either way, after that's over, after that's over, you also find that she's they want to leave. Also, when you're finding when you're finding music and before you find the tools to try to repair the camera, where you find the music CD to play the music, you find a picture of this girl, which by now you know the girl's name is Rachel Amber, because from the very beginning of the game, when you're walking down the hallway, there are missing posters of Rachel Amber all over the place. So you find out that Chloe is the one that made the missing posters, and she's the one that's putting them up, and she's trying to find out what happened to Rachel. And you also find out that that there may or may not have been a relationship between Chloe and Rachel. So they may or may not have been in a relationship. It depends on how you want to pretty much interpret it. From Chloe's interpretation, it's very clear that she really loved Rachel, like, a lot. But with Rachel being missing, you have no idea if that was, like, mutual or anything, if it went both ways, or if it was only one-sided or anything. So, which also is the main mystery of the game. Because now you want to help Chloe in trying to find out what happened to Rachel. So that becomes like the through line behind pretty much the whole game, is finding out where Rachel is and what happened. So after the David incident, after what happens to David, y'all leave. Chloe wants to leave, obviously. So we leave through Chloe's window, and we make our way to the lighthouse. So the lighthouse, which Max gets some deja vu, because she's like, oh my goodness, this is like the same path from my dreams and whatnot and stuff. So we go up to the lighthouse. We sit on the little bench that's next to the lighthouse, that's right next to it. And we end up talking more about Chloe, about what happened to Rachel and whatnot. What Chloe knows so far. So we start kind of like the investigation process of trying to put the pieces together on what happened to Rachel. Okay? So in the middle of that, Chloe gets up, and then afterwards Max gets up, and you're both kind of looking out at because the lighthouse is obviously looking over, is on a cliff. So you're looking out at the open, at like the ocean. Because Arcadia Bay's in Oregon, and it's pretty much like a fishing town, obviously from the name Arcadia Bay. So you're looking out at the ocean, at the wide ocean in front of you, and then right to the left of you is where Arcadia Bay is. So you could look over and then see Arcadia Bay over there. So as you're looking out into the ocean, Max starts getting like this headache. and she ends up zoning out again, and she's at the lighthouse area again, but this time it's in the version of the lighthouse that has the storm going on. So with the storm going on, it's so she goes back up top to where the storm is and everything, and she's looking at the storm, and it winds up being she finds this newspaper, and the newspaper reads the date on the newspaper she sees, and she's like, wait a minute, that's like this week. So that means that the game, that you have like a time limit for when this storm is supposed to come, and you have no idea why the storm is even a thing right now, but you know from your vision that the storm is supposed to be coming. So after you find that out, Max ends up coming coming out of it, and Chloe is like what the hell just happened? Like, you kind of went out for a minute, like you clonked out. And then with that, Max ends up telling Chloe all about the her time travel powers, the storm, and all that stuff. Which obviously Chloe immediately dismisses, because she's like, what? That's kind of crazy. That makes no sense. And then it ends up starting to snow. Which is weird, because as Chloe says, it's like 80 degrees. It's like 80 degrees, and it's clear skies. So it's like, how the fuck is it snowing right now? And then from there, Chloe's like, you know what? I want details. Start from the very beginning. And that's pretty much the first episode. So it's very it's very solid, as it perfectly sets up the mood, sets up the mystery of what's going to happen as far as the storm goes, and Rachel being missing. So it works out on that end. So really solid. So with in reviewing all of that, we will put the first episode of the original Life is Strange. I will give it I'll give it an A. Hold on. Alrighty. So yeah. So the first episode is an A. Really solid introduction. Sets up the mysteries of everything so far. Especially what's gonna go on with Rachel and whatnot, how all that goes. So definitely solid introduction. I will say for the most part, I think most of these games will have a pretty solid introduction. For the most part. Some games are a little rockier. Alright, so this one is episode 2, right? Yep. Okay, so episode 2 for the original Life is Strange. I will... let's see. So this one is... So a little refresher for episode 2 right now.
Peggy 16.
Get that gun away from me, psycho! No! Hey, leave him alone! Max? Chloe? Welcome home, Max. That's Rachel Amber. Something happened to her.
What a difference a day makes. My entire life has been changed in just 24 hours. Not to mention the course of my destiny and Chloe's. This must prove that we're meant to be friends forever.
I want proof you can rewind time!
The trucker drops his mug. The cop gets an emergency alert on his radio.
I pledge allegiance to Max and the power for which she stands.
I vow to use my powers for good, not evil.
What's up, Kate? I think it's awesome you set a tongue record on video.
You're going to be sorry someday. There's something ominous going on at Blackwell.
There's a lot of beauty here, but a lot of darkness, too.
I have to find out what's going on.
Hey, what are you hiding there, girlie?
That's Rachel's bracelet. Give it to me right now, asshole!
Please, step back.
Put that down.
It's time to be an everyday hero.
Yo! Some crazy shit is going down at the girl's door!
Listen, everybody remain seated.
How can it be such a shitty week and yet one of the best of my life?
Because we're back in action again. I keep seeing that tornado. And I wonder where all of this is going to end.
Help!
So you can't help me?
But you have to understand my position.
Should I go to the police?
Yeah, Max, I won't forget you.
Your rewind power has to be connected to that snow yesterday. Since you're the mysterious superhero, I'll be your faithful chauffeur and companion.
So there's a little refresher on what happens in episode 2. So so far, episode 2 opens with Max waking up the next day, the next morning. As you can see, she wakes up. You go to in her dorm. She wakes up. So she wakes up. She goes to take a morning shower. Kate is in the shower room, which Kate is one of the supporting characters, one of the main supporting characters in the beginning half of the game. So you meet her a little bit in the beginning of episode 1, where Victoria kind of throws a like a paper ball at her and whatnot. So you already get the feeling that she's one of the people that Victoria and her friends, the Mean Girl Squad, that they're bullying. So obviously they bully Max too, but you know somebody else that's also getting it, and you're seeing them get it. So you talk to Kate before you go into the shower. She is, well, brushing her teeth and everything, so she's also just woke up getting ready to do stuff. And she reminds you to go get, to return, because you borrowed, like, a book. So she reminds you to be like, oh, can you return the book? Which is kind of funny, because in the first episode, you borrowed, a USB stick of like movies and stuff from Warren, and you have to return it to him. And then now in the second episode, you borrowed a book from Kate, and then now you have to return it to Kate. So it's kind of funny that, like, the opening of at the beginnings, almost the beginning of the games are you trying to get returning something that you got from somebody else to that person. So that's kind of funny. But you take it, you go there, so after Kate tells you that, it's like, oh, okay, after I take a shower and everything, and get dressed, and go back to my room and get dressed, I'll get your book from there, and then I'll come see you back at your room. So while she's taking a shower, that's when Victoria and I believe the long-haired blonde girl, I believe that's Taylor. So her and Taylor come in. They tease. You find out what they're teasing Kate on is that she got that she got wasted at a party that they were all at. And she ended up, like, making out with some guys. Either, like, one guy or, like, a couple of guys or whatnot. But the point is, she ended up, like, drunk making out with a guy. And somebody recorded it and ended up putting that out on the... like posting it on the internet and stuff. So everyone is like teasing her about it and like talking about it and all that stuff. And she, and obviously she's, you know, it's like, I was drunk, obviously it was a mistake and things like that, but obviously bullies are gonna be bullies and they're gonna do whatever. So obviously she leaves, like you saw in the trailer. They upset her enough, and then she leaves. And at the same time, they end up, talking shit about Max afterwards too, just because. So adding more to like Victoria and her friends just being like big bitches. So they end up leaving. Max gets dressed. You can go back to your room. You can like talk to people and whatnot as you're doing all the walk around segments and stuff, and like get to know like some of the other lesser like side characters. So you end up doing that. You end up going to going back to your room, you get dressed. You find the book that you borrow from Kate. You take the book, and then you go to Kate's room. And in Kate's room, Kate is obviously very upset. She's very mopey. She has the lights off in her room. It's like the curtains are closed. It's like very gloomy in her room. So you could tell this girl is like very depressed. And clearly nobody's listening to her and nobody's taking any of her concerns seriously. So as Max, from the very beginning of the game, when class is over and you can walk around to get out of class and stuff, you could actually like talk to Kate and whatnot there. And you can actually like get some hints as her situation before. So you can get a little bit of a hint at what's going on with her. And then in episode 2 here, obviously from the bathroom scene, you know exactly what's going on. And then now talking to Kate, you can actually talk to Kate and gain like more information of what happened and stuff with her. And then you come to find out that yeah, the video where her getting drunk and making out with the guy was recorded and whatnot, but what happened after was that she said Nathan ended up seeing how drunk she is and whatnot, and how out of it she is. And he offered to take her to, I believe she said that she believed she was going to the hospital, that he was taking her to the hospital. Because she said when she woke up briefly, like it was white, like she saw like she thought she was like in a white room and whatnot, and then she felt like a needle or whatnot, and she got and she like blacked out, so she can't really remember anything else. But she knows that, like, Nathan had something to do with something, because she was like, okay, I remember that he offered to take me, to take me out of the party and go somewhere, which I assumed he was going to take me, like, to the hospital or something, because I overdrank and whatnot, and I'm all, like, out of it, so obviously the hospital would be the logical place to go. But clearly it was something else, because she was like, I think it was a hospital, but why would I feel like a stab in the neck or something and passing out and whatnot afterwards? Like, it's kind of weird. And then she was like, I woke up the next morning in her, I think she said she woke up in her dorm. So now you're like, wait, so how did you get from one place to the next place? Where the fuck did that go? Very weird. So you could like side with you could tell her to, because she wants to go to the police, you could tell her yeah, or you could tell her no. One way or the other. You can also, I believe it was the last episode. There was also a scene with David confronting Kate and kind of like yelling at her and stuff like that. and Max pretty much like walks into that, so she's like stumbles into it. You could either stay hiding and just let David like yell at her, or you can confront David and support Kate and whatnot. You can do that. So after leaving Kate's room and either telling her to go to the police or wait until we gather more evidence type of thing. And then from there, you go to, Chloe texts you, and you go to the diner, the Two Whales Diner. So you go to meet up with her there. You get there before her because Chloe's running late. So you gotta kill some time and wait for her to get there. In the meantime, Chloe's mom, her biological mom, Joyce, is working at the Two Whales Diner. Which she doesn't own the diner. She works at the diner, but she's pretty much like the main like waitress at the diner. Because you can't really interact with any of the other workers that work at the diner. Like there's like I believe like one other waitress or something that you see there, but you can't really interact with them or even know what the hell their name is or anything. But Joyce is the main waitress. She goes and she goes to Max. You reconnect with her because it's been so long. You're like, oh, how you been and stuff like that. You kind of talk about Chloe being Joyce talks about how angry Chloe is, how rebellious she is, and this and that, and how her and David don't get along and all that stuff. So she ends up telling you all that. She's like, as Max, you could be like, yeah. He was like, yeah, I kind of get that. Depending on what you did in the when you could come out of the closet to like defend Chloe or anything, Joyce can talk to you about that situation too, and your confrontation with David there. So you can have like moments like that. So Chloe comes back, finally comes in. You see a little bit of the arguing between Joyce and Chloe, which Joyce ends up just going to the back of the diner already. And while that's going on, Chloe is like, all right, I want, as you saw in the trailer, she wants further proof that Max can use time travel powers. So you end up, so here at the diner, you end up doing 2 tests. The first test is to figure out what Chloe has in her pockets. And how you do that is, obviously you have to get it wrong immediately, because obviously you don't know what's in her pockets to begin with. So you get it wrong, which prompts her to empty out her pockets and show you everything that's in her pockets. So you have to pay attention to very specific details about the things in her pockets. So after you're sure that you know everything, you rewind, and then you should correctly be able to guess every single thing in her pocket. So she gets rightfully like, okay, that's creepy. Like, how do you know exactly what I have in my pockets? From her perspective, it's like, I never showed you or told you, so how did you get everything exactly correct? So she's like, all right, one more test. She's like, I want you to, another test to prove that you actually have powers. So this time Max comes up with her own test, and she's like, I'm going to predict everything that's going to happen within the next, I believe like the next like 5 minutes or so. So at this point, you have to pay attention to your surroundings and what's happening like in the background and stuff. So after a little bit, after about 5 minutes, the game is gonna be, it's gonna like kind of like a rewind pause, because now you're at the section where it's like, okay, you've seen everything you need to see, so now you gotta rewind and relay that to Chloe. So after you rewind, you relay that to Chloe. Chloe is even more shocked and convinced, and that's where we get the funny I pledge allegiance to Max line. So we have that. We end up so Chloe's like, okay, I have one more test, and we can go to her Chloe's secret lair. So you end up getting up, leaving the diner. You go to on your way out from the diner, you could get a call. You get a call from Kate, which you could either accept the call or not. So either way, after that, you and Chloe go to end up going to the junkyard, which is Chloe's little secret spot that she likes to, when she wants to get away from everyone, she kind of like hangs out at the junkyard. I wouldn't, hopefully Chloe actually takes showers and stuff for when she gets out of the junkyard, because I would assume the junkyard would kind of stink. So, and sometimes smells attach themselves to you, so she could potentially be very stinky if she's coming from junkyards, and depending on how long she's in there. But anyway, you go to the junkyard. Your test winds up being, because at the end of the first episode, after your confrontation with David and before you leave to go to the lighthouse, Chloe reveals that she stole one of David, her stepdad's guns. So she has a gun, which rightfully she would want to have a gun because Nathan had a gun in the bathroom. So she knows Nathan has one. So obviously in self-defense, she'd be like, I need a gun. And if David has, guns in the house already, she would easily just try to steal one of his. But in any case, she has a gun. So she's like, we're going to take this gun and we're going to do a little shooting. And you're going to tell me exactly where to shoot. You're going to guide me to shoot by just telling me. So you end up like gathering a bunch of like empty beer bottles by like going around the junkyard and looking for them. Which in the original Life is Strange, you have to find Either way, you have to find like 5 beer bottles to shoot. Either 5 or 6 or something. The point is you have to find a couple of beer bottles. In the original Life is Strange, that is exactly how many beer bottles are in the entire junkyard. And this is one of the parts of the game that a lot of people really hated about episode 2. And a lot of people hated replaying episode 2 because of this part. Because some of those bottles were very hidden. And they also require some of them required some time manipulation powers, and like they were like little mini puzzles on how to get the bottle. So some were easier than others, and some were more noticeable where they were than others. So it kind of frustrated a lot of people. So when the remaster of the original game came out, one of the things that was changed was in this section, in this junkyard section, they increased the number of bottles that was around the junkyard. So they gave you more options to find a lot more bottles, so that way you're not like walking around the junkyard all over the place trying to figure out where the hell the bottles are. So the original bottles are where they originally were, but they just added more bottles to other locations. And some of them very obvious. Like some of them are just obviously like just sitting on the ground or sitting in on a chair or something like that. So they made extra bottles more easier to find. So that way you could get through this section a lot quicker. So that was great. Also, when you're looking for these bottles, you can also find this little shack in the corner of the junkyard, and if you go into it, you will find that this little shack is where Chloe and Rachel hung out. Because you find like some stuff of Chloe's and you find some stuff of Rachel's in there. So if you look around, you'll find certain things that kind of lead into you finding out a little bit about what Rachel is like, which you could also do when you're talking to the various like side characters. There are dialogue options where you could ask them about Rachel and things like that, so you could piece together kind of a personality of what Rachel's like. But then again, all this information is all secondhand from people. So most of these people can have very, very biased and skewed feelings and interpretations of what they think Rachel is like. And obviously Rachel's missing, so you can't know for sure if anything anyone is telling you is accurate or not. So you don't know. But you can find a letter in that shack that was written by Rachel, so you could kind of piece together a little bit of what Rachel's really like from that letter, because it's something you know that she wrote herself. So that's one of the only pieces of information that you get that's like concrete evidence informing a feeling about what Rachel's like. Because what everyone else says you have to take with a grain of salt. Because some people that you're talking about Rachel, clearly have an issue with her and don't like her for certain reasons. So you don't necessarily, so you can't necessarily trust that they're being truthful in what they're telling you about her. So there's that. So after you do your little shooting test, so you do your little, after you get the bottles, you do the little shooting test, which is kind of fun, kind of funny, because depending on if you get stuff wrong of where, telling Chloe where to shoot, you could actually get Chloe to shoot herself by accident. Which is pretty fucked up, but you know. So in any case, after you help Chloe do that, Chloe believes, you know, now she 100% believes your time travel powers. So after doing these 3 tests, you finally fully got her to believe the thing. So now she tells you, she hands you the gun and she's like, okay, it's your turn. Now you have to, like shoot some stuff to figure out how to use a gun. Which, considering what they're doing and investigating, and with Nathan knowing what Nathan can do, it would make sense that Chloe would be like, okay, I kind of know how to use a gun. You need to know how to use a gun. So, you know. But right before they're able to get started, this guy comes out, and as you saw in the trailer, the guy comes out and is like, oh, what do we have here? I heard gunshots. Look who it is. And then you find that the guy knows who Chloe is, and Chloe knows who the guy is. So you come to find out the guy's name's Frank, and Frank is the local drug dealer. And as specifically for Chloe, Frank is the guy that Chloe gets her weed from, because Chloe's a pothead and she smokes weed. Thankfully, she doesn't sound like a pothead, so she doesn't have the stereotypical pothead voice of like, yo, dude, like type of thing. So they didn't do that, thankfully, because that would have been excruciatingly annoying. Listening to Chloe sound like that for the whole game would be extremely annoying. Thankfully, Frank doesn't sound like that either, so which is good. But in any case, Frank confronts them. He's like, he reminds Chloe that you owe me money and whatnot. So now we have another problem that, like, okay, Chloe owes this drug dealer money. So now we got somebody else that we kind of have an antagonistic relationship with now. Pretty much by association because of Chloe. So, and then, meanwhile, Max has, like, the gun behind her back. So she's trying to hide the gun. And then it winds up being, and that's when, Frank notices, and he's like, what you hiding behind you? And that's when he extends his arm and starts pointing. And that's when Chloe notices that Frank is wearing Rachel's bracelet. And that obviously upsets Chloe a lot, because now she's like, what the fuck are you doing with that? How'd you get that? And Frank tells her it's a gift. It was a gift. Which Chloe, at this point, rightfully is like, gets even more pissed and upset. And then Frank ends up pulling out the knife, pulling out a little switchblade knife, and threatens to be like, yo, you keep aggressively coming at me, I'm gonna stab you. And it's at this point Max takes out the gun that's behind her back and points it at Frank. Which makes Frank back off, like he starts like stepping off and away from Chloe. And then at this point you could either shoot him or not shoot him. Even if you shoot him, there's no bullets left in the gun. So you don't even like really shoot him. It's pretty much you attempt to shoot him. And then if you don't try to shoot him at all, he ends up just like calling your bluff and like coming up on Max and pretty much just takes the gun from you. So there's that. So in any event, after that's done, after whichever choice you make, Chloe is upset. Also, you end up having a pass out episode, because now because this happens slightly. You got a hint of this at the diner when you did after the first two tests before they wind up leaving to the junkyard. Max's nose starts bleeding. And then at the junkyard, after using your powers to do the gun thing and all that stuff, Max ends up, her nose starts bleeding again, and she ends up passing out again and having another tornado vision. Like of the tornado and getting closer to the town and all that stuff. Which Chloe rightfully is like, Max, what the hell? Cause this time Max just flat out passes out. So she just like falls. So luckily Chloe's there, so she like catches her and is kind of like freaking out. So after you do the tornado section, Max finally wakes up, and she's on the she's on Chloe. She's laying on Chloe. Her head's laying on Chloe's lap, and they're sitting on the hood of like one of the junk cars. So she wakes up. Chloe's like, "Are you alright? What the hell happened?" So Max has no idea what's going on. From the player's perspective, we can start putting together that even though in gameplay we can rewind all the time and willy-nilly everything, and as long as we're within a certain section of the game and haven't moved on to the next location of the game, you can rewind your choices and see what the other outcomes are and kind of like solidify decisions there. But once you leave a location, whatever choices you made, those are going to be your choices. You can't rewind from location to location. So once you leave a location, that solidifies what choices you made. So even though the player can do that with no real consequence, within the cutscenes and the story of the game, you see that Max is frequently using her powers is affecting her and is the cause of the nosebleeds. So we can figure out that the nosebleeds are a consequence of overusing your powers too much. Which, as the game goes on, even though she uses her powers a lot, the nosebleeds kind of don't happen as frequently. So we do have a thing where Max's experience with her powers starts to get used to them, and the nosebleeds become less and less of an issue. But at this point, it's still early, and she's still trying to get used to things, so the nosebleeds are a problem here. So she wakes up with Chloe. Chloe's like, okay, are you okay? Max is like, okay, I'm fine. So after that, I believe after that is when the Frank situation happens. So after that, after the Frank situation, then you leave, then you can leave, and you wind up doing the iconic one of the more iconic scenes of the game, and that's Max and Chloe on the train tracks, and they're walking hand in hand, like on the train tracks, like balancing on it while walking forward, and they're kind of hand in hand, like this, like hand in hand as they're walking. Which you can see a little bit of that on on one of the posters, the poster below me. Like, you see that right there? Where the blue butterfly in the background, like that scene is the train track when they're walking on the train tracks. So you do that, you walk on the train tracks, you can improve your relationship with Chloe a little bit more. Get information on who Frank is, what her relationship with Frank is, how does she know Frank, and all that stuff. So you can get to know that. So you chill. So you end up like, even though this is really like stupid to do, y'all both end up like laying on the train tracks and kind of like chilling there while you're talking this information and having this back and forth. You're laying on the train tracks. So after you finish that, Max ends up going to not talk, but she's like, all right, I want to get up and like take some pictures. So she ends up getting up from the train tracks, taking some pictures, while Chloe is still chilling on the train tracks. So while Max is taking pictures, the train horn blows. So obviously a train is coming. So the train's coming. Chloe goes to get up. Her foot is caught in the train tracks. Because they're kind of next to like an intersection of the train tracks where you could like switch the tracks, the track lanes. So they're kind of close to that. So Chloe kind of gets her foot caught there. Like on the farther end of the side where the train tracks kind of like have like a little opening like that. So she gets kind of her foot caught in there. So now as Max, you gotta find out a way to change the train track to go somewhere else, to go to the other track. which makes sense. Well, obviously it makes sense because they can't pull her out. But luckily for them, they're by a switch station. So there's like a little maintenance station there. So you can try to get in there, get like some stuff to get the train to move to a different section. But there's a couple of ways you can do it. So either way, and this is also timed. So if you take too long doing this, then the train is gonna run over Chloe. But when that's about to happen, the game like pauses and have you rewind anyway. So, which is pretty much just like how it was in the bathroom. If you didn't do the fire alarm in time, then the game would like freeze right when Chloe gets shot, and then you have to rewind again and continue trying to figure out how to do the alarm. But in this case, it's a train. So either way, however way you want to do it, you stop the train, not stop the train, but you make the train go on another track. So you make the train's track like open up, so that way Chloe's foot can come out. So as soon as you do that, Chloe gets up, is able to get up and get out of the way of the train. And obviously, right after that, they hug because it's like holy shit, you saved me again. Like first the bathroom and now this. So after having another near-death experience there, obviously they're getting their bond back together. So she goes and Chloe takes Max back to school because it's time to I guess all this is happening like really early in the morning before school starts. So school's gonna be starting soon. So Chloe's like, all right, I'll drive you to Blackwell. So they go to so Chloe drops her off at Blackwell. Max gets in class. As she's going to class, you see the photography teacher, who's one of the main characters that you keep seeing over and over again. Obviously, because you're a teacher of the photography's class. His name is Mr. Mark Jefferson. So Mr. Jefferson is talking with Kate. Because obviously Kate is also in your class. Because in the beginning of the game, in the classroom scene, Kate and Victoria and I believe Taylor are in your there's other students there, but as far as the main students are, they're the main ones that are in your class. So Kate and Jefferson are talking, and obviously it's not going well because Kate's like very upset, and she's trying to get Mr. Jefferson to like talking to him about what she's going through and trying to get some help. And Jefferson is very like cautious and skeptical, as everyone else pretty much is for Kate. So pretty much like a lot of the authority figures around are not really trying to help Kate in any way. Really. And also her family is not really helping either. So, because a lot of them are like, as far as her family goes, they're kind of like victim blaming her. So, which isn't great. So she's not her circle, her support. She doesn't really have a support system going on. So obviously Jefferson's not doing anything. So she ends up like storming off, not even going to class. So she's very upset. She storms off and leaves. Unfortunately, you can't like stop her or anything. Like all this is happening in game, like as you're like walking around. So you can like run up to her, but you can't really do anything, unfortunately. So you end up going to class. So you're in class. You have a little confrontation with Victoria and Nathan. Nathan's not in your class. He's just there because him and Victoria are kind of friends. Yeah, the bullies are kind of friends. Yay. But you have a little thing of there. Nathan obviously gives you like snide little threats. So he leaves the class because Jefferson comes in and he's like if you're not supposed to be here, get out. Like if this ain't your class, get out. So Nathan leaves. Victoria goes to her seat. So everyone gets in their seats and everything. Everyone does their thing. Also Warren, you could also interact with Warren in this, which Warren has a nice black eye for a while after like Nathan punched the shit out of his face when he saved you and gave you the opportunity to get in Chloe's pickup truck and leave. So he has like a black eye through most of the game. I believe he has a black eye. At least until I think like the final episode where I think like the black eye like cleared up. But at this point he still has the black eye. So he does that. He's not in your class either, so he leaves after like checking in on you and y'all having like a fun little back and forth thing. So he leaves. He leaves. Class is going on. It's going on. Things are going pretty much like the same. The lecture's starting and everything. And right when things start, the lesson can get any further in, another student barges into the classroom, and is like, "Yo, something's happening at the girls' dorm. Some shit is happening." So everyone like runs out. Everyone just gets up and leaves the classroom, even though Mr. Jefferson is telling everyone like, "Calm down." So nobody gives a fuck, and they all leave. And Jefferson's like, "All right, whatever." At that point, so you go to the girls' dorm. Everyone is like a big crowd is just standing in front of the building, in front of the dorm. And when Max gets there, you end up seeing that Kate is on the roof of the dorm, and she ends up jumping off the roof. So it's like, oh shit. So she jumps off. You don't see her like hit the ground or anything because you're in the back of the crowd. So when she jumps off, you don't see her body hit because there's people in front of you. So the people kind of hide her hitting the ground. So right when that happens, obviously Max is like, this shit can't happen. So she goes to rewind, and you can only rewind as far as her being on top of the building. So that's as far back as they're letting you do it right now. So you end up falling. So she ends up falling again. You rewind. She falls again. She rewinds. So after doing that a couple of times, Max is like heavily straining the powers. She's heavily straining the rewind. So she strains it so hard. She's straining herself so hard to try to do the rewind that she rewinds. It's back to her being on the roof. But it like freezes. So she initiates a time freeze somehow, where the only one that can move is Max herself. So everything else is frozen around them. So she's like, I don't know how this is happening, but fuck it. So she ends up trying to hold it, use it to get to the top of the roof. So she gets to the top of the roof. She, right when she gets there, she's about to walk up to Kate, and then the powers stop. So time starts going normal. So the freeze stops and everything's like back to normal. And right when that happens, Max is like, oh shit. And then that's when Kate notices that Max is on the roof with her, and that's when, so she kind of delays her from jumping. So Max is trying to get the powers to work again, but the powers are not working. So in this instance now, you do not have your rewind powers, and you have to talk Kate down from jumping on your own without being able to rewind anything. So, which this can be very tough depending on your previous interactions with Kate in the previous episode and in the earlier parts of this episode. You can start off with a pretty good relationship with Kate. Like if you helped, like for instance, during her conversation with David, if you came out and defended her, that improves that. If you took the phone call when you were leaving the diner, that improves that. If you tell her to go to the police during her conversation in her dorm, I believe that also helps. And there are also certain observations that you have to make note of when you're in her room that also help convince her not to jump. So, assuming you can make her not jump, she won't jump, and you get her off the roof, and they obviously end up taking her to a hospital. In the meantime, Max is taken to the principal's office, which the principal's name is Wells. So Principal Wells tells her that is like kind of like congratulating her for like being a hero and whatnot. And then at this point, you can kind of put blame on Kate's situation onto either David, Nathan, or Jefferson. And all three of them are in the room with you, in the principal's office with you. So it, the only thing it really does is, for whoever you blame, is I think Jefferson gets put on leave or something. Nathan gets suspended. And I think David gets like also suspended or something if you well, suspended from his job. Also, if you blame them. So either way, you pick who you're gonna do, who you're gonna blame, and then you the principal has you sign the statement in writing of what you said. So you sign off on what you said, and then you end up in front of sitting on the stairs in front of the school with Warren, and you're kind of reflecting on what you both are reflecting on what happened and how crazy it is that it happened. And then everyone ends up looking up at the sky, and there's an eclipse happening. So, because it's like in the afternoon, so the sun is kind of like setting, like it's like orange outside because of the sunset. And there's an eclipse happening. So the eclipse happens, and and they're like, oh, everyone's like, yo, this is kind of freaky and weird. And that's and we do like an ending montage happens, and we see that Chloe is sitting on the bench at the lighthouse, and Max is texting her, pretty much saying that well, Chloe and Max have kind of texted each other. You see that Chloe text earlier that she's sorry about what happened to Kate. No matter what you choose, she's sorry about what happened. Whether you're able to save Kate or not. And then and then you see that Max texts her that we're gonna find out what the hell is going on here. Find out what happened to Rachel, what really happened with Kate and whatnot. So we're gonna find out the crazy shit that's happening here. So with that statement in the text, we also see, because we also saw this at the end of the montage of the first episode, we saw a row of red binders with names on them. And one of the names says Rachel on it. So we saw that at the end of the first episode. And then here at the end of the second episode, where the red binder of Rachel is, the camera moves down, and you see on a desk another red binder that's being filled, and the red binder has pictures of Kate in it. that are being put together to be put in a binder. So now, as far as the player knows what happened with Rachel and what happened with Kate are related to each other. Chloe and Max don't know that, but the player does know that. So now you know things are connecting in what's on the crazy shit that's going on. So that's episode 2. And episode 2 is definitely a high point for a lot of players. It's a really high point. It does a lot in deepening the mystery of what's going on, and also taking what's going on with Kate and looping it, relating it back to the overall mystery of what happened with Rachel. So, because at that point, it almost feels like what's going on with Kate is something else. But now it comes back and it's like, oh no, it's actually related to what happened here. So now it's connecting. So that happens with episode 2. And also Kate actually turned out to be a really fun fan favorite character. Like, a lot of people really liked Kate. So a lot of people really wanted to save her. And the people that did save her also get a fun reward for that in episode 4. When you get to episode 4, you get a little reward for being able to save Kate. So that's nice. I would put it also at A. I would put it also at A, side by side with episode 1. Definitely. So yeah. So that's episode 2. Another really solid episode. And now we will go into where is it? No, that's the finale. That's episode. Oh, here's episode 3. There's episode 3. So now we'll go to episode 3. And episode 3 here is and here's a little refresher on episode 3.
Peggy 16.
Kate! I think we're all responsible for what happened.
Maybe Kate was so ashamed she got wasted on that video.
You really believe that Kate wanted to get drunk at a Vortex Club party?
Oh yeah! We just need to connect the players.
And find out more about who Rachel was involved with around here. Weird shit is going down at Blackwell. And I'm going to find out why.
We better find out what's in the principal's office first. This is so cool!
Check out that note.
Rachel in the dark room. What does this even mean?
Holy shit!
You can rewind if we get caught, right? Your power is changing everything, Max. You're becoming like this force of nature.
We still have to be careful how I use my power. I don't want to get stuck in time.
The amazing Spider-Max. Get in!
You have serious balls, little girl. But playing with guns and dressing like Rachel doesn't make you tough.
How do you know these are Rachel's clothes?
I don't want to see you again, Max. You've hurt me and my family enough.
My dad gets killed, Rachel betrays me.
Rachel is missing.
Why does everybody in my life let me down?
You don't know shit about my father or me.
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh no, this is totally fucked up.
Peggy 16. Peggy.
All right, so we got episode 3 here. So with episode 3, we begin on the night of when Kate's suicide attempt happened. So we begin with that. So Kate's in the hospital, so you don't physically see her. You don't physically see her at all in this entire episode. No matter whether she's alive or not, you're not gonna see her. So Kate's gone, in the hospital. In the best scenario, she's in the hospital. So so obviously everyone's distraught and stuff about what happened. Like, people are kind of depressed. Even Victoria in the ending montage of episode 2 was kind of crying in her room. But then Nathan came into her room and it was like, okay, what's going on there? But in any case, so she does that. She goes to hold on. Be right back. Okay. So she's in the middle of so Max is leaving. She interacts with, like, you can interact with other people, and obviously they're talking about Kate and what happened and all the crazy stuff that happened and whatnot. So you do that. You get a text from Chloe to meet you in the courtyard in front of the school. So you go. So you make your way there. You go there. You meet up with Chloe, which is where in the trailer she kind of jump scares you with the little boo thing. Which he kind of feels like an asshole afterwards because Max kind of is like, yo, I've been through a lot today already with Kate, so now's not the time. But in any case, Chloe tells her plan is to get into the school, get into the principal's office, and go through the files to try to get the find out more about like Rachel and Nathan and like all that stuff. So on the way to the principal's office, you wind up seeing Jefferson and Victoria coming out of the front of the school, like they're coming out of the main entrance. So Chloe and Max end up hiding behind some art displays that they have set up in the courtyard. So they hide behind those, and they're watching. They're sneakily watching like Victoria and Jefferson talk. Victoria is pretty much offering to fuck Jefferson for getting for being chosen to win the contest, the photo contest that Max was worried about at the beginning of the game, about not being good enough to enter anything to win. So Jefferson is like, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear any of this. And Victoria also kind of like vaguely like threatens that if she doesn't win, she'll insinuate that Jefferson like made a pass at her or something. So she'll insinuate some sexual assault even though nothing happened, which Jefferson also doesn't take very kind to. And he's like, for your sake, I'm not gonna pretend that this conversation never happened. And he storms off. And then obviously Victoria is like upset because she's like, fuck, I fucked up. I shouldn't have done that. So Victoria leaves. So once they're gone, Max and Chloe sees the opportunity like, okay, we can go in. Because Chloe also swiped David's keys for the school. So that's how Chloe is able to get us into the school and get us through some of the doors and stuff of the school, is because she has David's keys. So we go in, we get to the school. I mean, not the school. We're in the school already. We get into the principal's office, well, in front of the principal's office. Like his actual office. So we're in front of the door. David does not have a key for the principal's office. So none of the keys work. You have to figure out a way to get inside. While Chloe's trying to pick the lock. So while Chloe's trying to pick the lock, you're trying to come up with a different solution to get in. So she's like, while I pick the lock, you come up with a different way to get in. And maybe one of us will get in. So Max comes up with asking Warren to make a tiny little bomb to blow, like a tiny little pipe bomb to blow off the lock to the door. So Warren ends up, after, curiously being like, what do you want for it and whatnot, and Max comes up with some excuse, but she convinces him to send her, to text her the ingredients on how to make one. So he tells you, he texts you the steps and what you need. You go around the school to the different classrooms to find what you need to make the bomb. You make the bomb. You put it on the principal's office door. It blows the door open. But at the same time, it obviously triggers the fire alarm. So we're like, fuck, the fire alarm, the cops and whatnot are going to be here. So we end up taking control of Max now. So how do we get through this is you have to go into the principal's office. Now that you blew the door lock off, you go into the principal's office, you go in there, and you rewind time to before you put the bomb on the door. So now you're inside the principal's office already, and Chloe's still trying to pick the lock on the outside. So from there, you just unlock the door from the inside, and then you let her in. So you go into the principal's office. You start looking through all the files and stuff. You could look at like other people's files. You could find Rachel's student file. You could find Chloe's student file, because she told in a conversation earlier, she mentions that she used to go to school at Blackwell before she got expelled. So you could actually find her school, her expulsion student file in the cabinet, so you could find that, which is pretty funny. You could also find Max's, you could find Warren's, I believe you could find Victoria's, and mainly you could find Nathan's. And suspiciously, Nathan's doesn't have anything bad on it, so you're like, this is kind of odd. But then Chloe is able to get into the principal's computer that's on his desk. She's able to get into the computer and find that that Nathan has files on his record that are hidden, that are not like public. They're kind of like hidden and sealed. Cause Nathan's family is Nathan's family, the Prescotts, are very like wealthy. They kind of like own a bunch of Arcadia Bay. They donate and stuff to the school and stuff. So they have so obviously the principal has a vested interest in not rocking the boat with Nathan and making public of his behavioral problems and his like very clear mental issues that Nathan has. Like Nathan has some very clear mental problems. Some of that we find out why later. But we find out more about that in episode 4. In the next episode, we find out more about that. So in any case, we do that. We find that out. We also find that in Nathan's files, he has a bunch of like borderline psychotic like drawings and stuff of like this like black hole, like this black void and stuff, and aggressive like writing all over it. And it says, well, we can't make out what it reads, what's written on it. We can't make it out, but the characters say, but Max and Chloe say that like the thing says Rachel in the dark room, Rachel in the dark room. So they're like, what the fuck does that even mean? So that's curious. It's like, okay, what does that mean? So you do that. So you end up, I believe we end up like printing out. We end up printing out like these files and stuff. We end up printing them out. So, because now we're actively gathering evidence. So now we need to print these out so we can start putting pieces, get the pieces together. So we get that. We do, on our way out, we end up, Chloe ends up finding a bunch of like, money in an envelope. I forget how much it is. Like, it's a couple of grand. So it's a couple of $1,000 in an envelope in the principal's drawer on his in his desk, and it says it's for the handicap fund, but it's like, why is it? Well, one, why is it like actual money, like solid cash in an envelope? Like, usually if someone's, like, making a donation or something, wouldn't it be, like, a check or something? Like, I don't think it would be physical cash in an envelope. So one, that's suspicious. The fact that the principal has that, for one. So that's suspicious. So we can make the decision at that point of either stealing the money, because Chloe wants to take it so she can pay off Frank, which he doesn't owe Frank that much money, but it'll be at least enough money to make sure he doesn't have to bother you. So she wants to steal the money. Or you can like not steal the money, because the envelope has like handicap fund written on it. But then again, as I said, very suspicious that that's even there the way it is. So whether you steal it or not, you end up leaving, and Chloe decides to be like, okay, we're going to, since we have the keys to the school, why don't we go to the pool? So you end up going to the pool. You end up trying to figure out how to turn the pool. You have to turn the pool on and all that stuff. So once you and Chloe are in the pool, more bonding and reconnecting scenes and re-establishing like the tight bond you have and all that stuff. Really good scene. The pool scene is also one of the more iconic scenes of the game. Is them in the pool just like talking and reflecting and trying to figure out what, with now that they're starting to get some of the clues as to what's going on, like trying to figure out how all this can piece together and make kind of sense. So you end up doing that. You end up having a nice little like splash fight with each other and whatnot. Really wholesome and really nice. So then you end up getting up to leave. You're like, okay, we had enough fun in the pool, it's time to leave. So we leave. We're getting up to leave, and then David ends up I guess it's time for him to be making the rounds. So he's making the rounds and he's coming into the pool to check the pool. So you're like, oh shit, somebody's coming. So you have to leave. So you have to like find a place to hide and avoid getting found by David. So after doing that little like stealth sequence, pretty much, you and Chloe leave. You end up getting out, going to Chloe's pickup truck, and leaving back to Chloe's house. So you go back to Chloe's house, and then you guys you both wake up the next day. You're in your like pajamas and whatnot, because obviously you had to get your clothes off and change, because the clothes are kind of wet, so you have to obviously get out of that. You wake up, you have more wholesome, fun moments with Chloe, which is really nice. At this point, if you got high enough choices that like favored Chloe and was nice, and was overall like choices that Chloe kind of agreed with, you could look at Chloe's phone, and Chloe's phone will have her wallpaper changed to a picture of Max. Cause if you don't, you find out that that her wallpaper is a picture of Rachel. So it kind of going to show how accepting of Max Chloe has been up until this point, based on what you've done so far. So you find that out. You can find that. So you try to put your new clothes. You try to put the clothes on, but they're still wet and everything. So it's like, what am I gonna wear? And Chloe's like, why don't you open up my closet and find, see if you can find something to wear. So they open up Max opens up the closet, finds some clothes, and she actually finds this red and black like plaid jean like outfit and stuff. You kind of saw it a little bit in the trailer of episode 3, that she finds it, and Chloe points out like, oh, those are Rachel's clothes that she left here. So from that information, you know that Chloe and Rachel were close enough that Rachel would come over Chloe's house. So it kind of goes to show how close they were, that she would leave clothes at Chloe's house. I presume to like spare clothes and stuff to change into for whatever reason maybe, which is pretty cool. I kind of did that growing up when I would have sleepovers to like close friends' houses. I would actually have like some extra clothes that were already there just in case, and I actually had like an extra towel, an extra like washcloth at the time, and an extra like toothbrush and whatnot I would have in my friend's house, because I would have constant sleepovers and stuff at their house growing up and things like that. So I definitely know how that is. So Chloe says that those clothes of Rachel's, her and Rachel are similar in size, so Rachel's clothes should fit. Which Max kind of is a little reluctant. She's like, I don't know, Rachel's missing. It kind of feels a little weird and disrespectful in a way. She doesn't blatantly say that, but you could tell, like, that's, like, the feeling that she's trying to come across. Because all she says is, like, I don't know if it's my style or anything like that. Like, she's trying to avoid trying to hurt Chloe's feelings. So Chloe just gets up from the bed and she's like, girl, like, come on. Like, trying to improve. Because Chloe's trying to get Max to try not to be so shy and kind of like come out of her shell and be more open. Because Max from the very beginning is very meek and unsure of herself and very timid. So Chloe's trying to get her to be more like assertive and more positive and more sure of herself. Because Chloe already does that. Like, Chloe speaks her mind on, like, everything. Most of the time, also to her detriment, because it kind of gets Chloe in some trouble that she doesn't necessarily need to be in. Like, obviously, her overreacting earlier with, in the second episode at the junkyard with Frank. Because that confrontation escalated a lot because of Chloe not controlling her emotions, which is understandable given the situation, but Chloe doesn't have enough self-control to realize that that's not the time or the place with that person. But in any case, Max is like, okay, I can try them on and at the very least to see if they fit and whatnot. So, and Chloe's like, come on, you gotta live a little and whatnot, and just do stuff that's kind of spontaneous, which leads to Chloe daring Max to be like, for instance, I dare you to kiss me, which Max is rightfully kind of surprised by, because she's like, I was not expecting you to say anything like that. And at that point, you can either kiss her or not. You can either do either or. So it's at this point where you can solidify more of a more romantic relationship with Chloe. So you could develop their former friendship and reconnecting into a full-blown romantic relationship at this point if you want to. And also as a note, with your interactions that you have with Warren throughout the game too, from the first episode, you could also kind of start a relationship with him too if you want to. Like, steer into a romantic relationship with Warren also. Which Warren is very kind of wanting. He really wants Max. Like, a lot. Like, not to a very uncomfortable degree, but you can kind of tell, like this guy is it's a little too much. But not in an uber aggressive way. Just in a shy way where you could tell like he really likes a girl, but he's not being very upfront about it. Like, he's trying to be like, oh, we could go to like a movie, or we can do this, or we could, like, he's not using like dates or anything. Like, he's not using like relationship vocabulary to try to make it clear that, like, I want to date you. So it's kind of like that. So, and to be fair too, you could go into a romantic relationship with both of them if you want to. But they don't ever like really acknowledge or point out if you're trying to be in a romantic relationship with both of them. But you can do it if you want to. Like, there's no real big consequence to trying to do it. Like, there's no big confrontation or anything between the three of them or either one of them about it. So it's just kind of a thing that you do. So now, if you choose to, so now back to the kiss there. So regardless of if you kiss Chloe or not, you end up putting on Rachel's clothes. They actually fit and everything, obviously from the trailer, because you saw Max wearing them. So they fit. So now Chloe is like, okay, now we need to get into David's computer and his files and see if he knows anything. Because if he's like confronting Kate about something, and we also saw him earlier talking with Nathan earlier, like in the background we saw him like talking with Nathan. So David's making himself a little bit suspicious. So Chloe's like, okay, we need to find out if he knows anything. So we need to try to get into his computer, into his files, and try to see what he knows. So we go downstairs to eat some breakfast because Joyce is there. So Joyce is there. She's you spend a little time with her while Chloe is getting ready upstairs. By getting ready, I mean throwing on some fresh clothes, and at the same time, she blatantly tells you she wants to like have some morning weed for also first. So while she's doing all that, you're talking with I was about to say Rachel again. With Joyce. So you're talking with Joyce. Joyce makes you breakfast. Which she also makes the mistake of calling Max Rachel because she's wearing Rachel's clothes. So Joyce almost mistakes Max for Rachel in a split second, and then she's like Rachel, oh no, Max, and you know she points out the Rachel's clothes and whatnot. So she tells Max to sit down. She brings her breakfast. So Max ends up eating breakfast, and while she's eating, Joyce comes over to sit at the table with her with a photo album. So they end up going through the photo album, seeing some pictures of a young Max and Chloe when they were kids hanging out and stuff. So you see some photos there. You see some pictures of Rachel, and you also see some other pictures of Chloe and Rachel together and stuff like that. And also some pictures of like William and stuff, and Chloe and William and things like that. So, you know, her real dad, William. So you see some pictures there. They kind of reminisce and they talk about William and how, and Joyce talks about how Chloe never really got over William's death and like stuff like that, and which makes sense because you know when you lose a parent at a young age like that, especially in like you know, like a car accident and things like that, and something very unexpected like that, it's really hard. So obviously you're not gonna entirely get over that, really. Like, I've suffered a lot of like losses myself when it comes to like really close like friends and actual family, and some of that is almost 10 years for me at this point. And it's still hard to deal with. It's one of those things you never really get over, but you kind of learn how to manage it. You don't really get over it. So I could definitely feel that side with Chloe. But in any case, Joyce ends up flipping over to a picture of Max and Chloe as kids, and it's a picture that William took. It's a Polaroid picture that William took with the same camera that with the same camera that Chloe gave Max. So, and Joyce also explains that, you know, this picture was taken the day of the accident. So after this picture was taken, sometime after this picture was taken, on that day, the car accident ended up happening and killing him. So it's the last picture that William took. So, and Joyce is like, she takes it out of the photo album and she hands it to Max, and she's like, I want you to have this. And she says, this is the last time that Chloe that I saw my Chloe extremely happy and stuff. So, like, truly happy. So, well, from Joyce's perspective anyway, like how Joyce sees it. So she gives her the photo. Max obviously doesn't want to take the photo, but Joyce insists that she takes the photo. So she takes it, and it's at that point that Chloe ends up coming downstairs to meet up with you. She got ready and everything. So she comes out. She goes to she goes to the table where Max and Joyce are, and she goes up to Max and she like secretly like whispers to her, and she's like, I'm gonna give you a distraction so you can go into the garage, because there's a door behind the other side of the living room area where the table is. Luckily, it's not in plain sight where Joyce or anyone can see you going into the garage. So there's a door there, so to get in. So Chloe's like, I'm gonna cause a distraction, and you can take that opportunity to go into the garage and go through David's stuff and find out if he knows anything. So she goes in. So Chloe ends up like intentionally, on purpose, causing an argument with her mother, with her mother Joyce, so that way Joyce is distracted. So Chloe puts on a show of an argument. Max goes into the garage. So now when you're in the garage, you have to find out like the files, where the files are. The files end up having photos of like Kate and whatnot. So David, which you also kind of knew before, because there was also a scene earlier where you can see that I believe in earlier in episode 2, that you can see that David is like behind a bush or whatnot, and he's taking pictures of Kate, who's like depressed and crying, walking down like a path in school. So you see those some pictures of stuff like that David took, and then you have a computer and it has a password, so you have to figure out the password. So you go around the thing, so you find that he has a password. So you find the password. You can either find you have to find the password, because if you make too many mistakes on the password, the computer's gonna lock. So you have to find the password. So you eventually find it, you get into the computer, and you find that he has, like, these files and stuff where he was not only, like, stalking Kate and stuff, he's also, like, having some stuff on Nathan, which kind of insinuates that, which, from what you find out, it insinuates that he's maybe like partners with Nathan. So it's kind of weird, which you also got a hint at in the principal's office when you were going through Nathan's secret files on the computer, that Nathan did mention, like, David and kind of being suspicious of David and that he, like, follows people. So now you get further confirmation of that from David's side with David's files, that yes, he was also eyeing Nathan. So he eyes Nathan, he eyes Kate. I think you also find that he was also looking into Rachel also, that there's some stuff related to her. So now it makes him suspicious as to what's going on with the Rachel side, so that makes that also suspicious. He then so you gather all of that. You make I believe you make copies and stuff of these things. And then you get the information and then you leave. You go back to the dining table and whatnot where Chloe is sitting at. And I believe and her and Joyce kind of finished her conversation. Well, not their conversation, their little fight. So they're kind of like sitting apart, kind of silent. So you leave the garage, you go to Chloe, and you're like I got some information, I got some stuff. And then then David comes walking in. So David comes in. He's talking about, like, oh, some people I'm late because some people, like, some kids broke into the school and, like, went to the pool and, like, stuff like that. So, which we know it was us, but he doesn't know that. So we go to so we have a little confrontation with David because David doesn't like, what's going on with Max and whatnot, and depending on if you sided with Kate and stuff like that, so it gets a little antagonistic. And also if you defended Chloe during the confrontation with her and David in her room, when you were hiding in the closet, you came out to defend her, that also has some antagonistic stuff. But also most of it is that David doesn't really have people skills. Like, he mostly is, like, very aggressive when he talks to anybody. So that doesn't help his issues. So he goes up to, like, Max. They have a little thing. You can have a little, like, argument with him, and depending on certain points that you bring up against him, you can actually get Joyce on your side and actually Joyce can kick him out of the house and be like, okay, you're not gonna be able to come back until we figure out what's going on with you and like your attitude and like stuff like that. Which is also kind of surprising because up until this moment, with all the stuff that's going on and the points that you bring up, Joyce has pretty much been defending David like a lot. Like even against like Chloe. Like she really defends like David a lot to the point where it's like even when David is wrong, like why are you defending him? Cause she even defends cause even when if you stay hidden in the closet and you get in episode 1 and you get the scene of David backhand slapping Chloe, if you let that go, even in episode 2, Joyce brings it up and she kind of defends David in hitting her, which is not great. So the fact that you can convince her in this argument with him in the dining room for her to kick him out is really good and kind of satisfying depending on how you're going with it. That is like, okay, finally this aggressive asshole kind of gets, he kind of gets put in his place a little bit. So with David kicked out and everything, and Chloe being kind of happy at that situation if you go that way, which is also defending Chloe too. Like it's another Chloe David argument that you end up stepping in and can defend David or Chloe, either one. But in this case, we would defend Chloe here. So we defend her. We go to we got the files and we're like, okay, so now we need to figure out we need to figure out what Frank knows. Because Frank has to know something because he has Rachel's bracelet. So we need to see if he knows anything. So now we need to find out where Frank is, and it just so happens that he's at the diner, and Frank has a mobile home. Like he lives out of a mobile home. So you find that out through during the montage, the ending montage of episode 1. Because at the time you don't know that that's Frank or anything, but you do see him coming out of the mobile home and whatnot. So he lives out in the mobile home, and he also has a dog. So he has like a guard dog. So you find out that Frank is he's in the diner eating. So he's eating at the diner. The mobile home is in the parking lot. So you're like, okay, Frank is in the diner. The mobile home is there. So besides the dog, we need to figure out a way to get in. And we also need to figure out a way to distract the dog so we can look inside. So Max ends up being like, okay, I'm gonna go inside and check on what Frank's up to, And Chloe's like, okay, I'm gonna find something to distract the dog. So we go into the diner. Frank and we end up like talking to Frank. There's other people in the diner too, like Nathan's in the diner, so we could talk to Nathan, find out some stuff. Because he could let stuff slip, and we can also rewind and use that information to make it seem like we know more than what we did, and get him to like slip on some other stuff. And then we could use like that information to go to Frank with some stuff also. So when we talk to Frank, he sees us, and he's like, and he recognizes that the clothes we're wearing is Rachel's. And he says dressing up like Rachel doesn't make you tough. So which Max responds to, like, how do you know these are Rachel's clothes? So yet again, adding more thing of like, he knows way more than what we thought. So we do that. We kind of convince, depending on what dialogue choices you make and what information you've learned, like especially certain information you learn from like Nathan and stuff, you could get him to take out some stuff for his pockets, and one of the things he takes out from his pockets is the key to the mobile home, so you can get inside. So what you end up doing is similar to what you did in the bathroom in episode 1 with when you had to find the hammer to break the fire alarm. So you can trigger the fire alarm. You could break that, and then you so here with Frank, you're doing something similar, because also in that situation, if you picked up the hammer in the bathroom and then you took long to trigger the fire alarm, Chloe would get shot and everything, and you would have to rewind. If you already had the hammer before you rewound, you would still have the hammer. So it makes the so the game pretty much tells you that any item that Max has on her person is immune to being like rewound. Like the hammer won't leave from her and be back like on the floor or something. So she'll still have it. So also with this, with Frank with the keys, you do the same thing. You just, since the keys are on the table that he's eating at after he took them out of his pocket, you could just blankly grab the keys, rewind, and you'll still have the keys, but the keys won't be on the table. So at that point, you could just walk out of the diner with the keys, go meet up with Chloe in front of the mobile home, and then you can unlock the door. And Chloe found like a bone or something for the dog, to distract the dog. And Max opens the door. Well, no, Chloe opens the door because Chloe gives the bone to Max. So when Chloe opens the door, the dog comes running out, which the dog's name, by the way, is Pompidou. Because you will later find out that the dog's name is Pompidou. I believe during your conversation with Frank, you learn in the diner, you learn that the dog's name is Pompidou, like he tells you that. Like he could tell you that. So Pompidou runs out of the thing, is running towards Max, so he's about to attack Max. So at this point, you could either choose to throw the bone into the parking lot, into the other side of the parking lot, or you could throw the bone into the fucking street. Which if you throw it in the street, then the dog gets run over. I don't know if the dog dies or the dog just gets really hurt. But either way, it's very fucked up on that one. To throw the bone into the street. So if you throw it into the parking lot, the dog just gets distracted by chewing on the bone the whole time. So in any case, Pompidou is distracted. He's chewing on the bone. If you threw it into the parking lot, he'll chew on the bone, and then you go inside the mobile home. Which the mobile home it's not a very big mobile home. So it's kind of like small and compact. So it's not that big. So it doesn't take long for you to like walk around and find some stuff you need. So you find some hidden notes and stuff from of Frank's and whatnot. And you also find hidden photos of Rachel and Frank. You specifically see 3 photos specifically. One with like a upper headshot of Rachel and Frank together. Photo of Rachel driving Frank's mobile home. Which just herself. So obviously Frank took the photo, so he's not in the photo with her. But she's driving Frank's mobile home. And a picture of her in underwear, jumping, like dancing on, I think like Frank's bed. I believe it's Frank's bed. Like she's clearly in underwear, but she's like jumping around on Frank's bed. Photos within the game are kind of stylized, so they're not super detailed. So you kind of have to kind of go off like background clues to try to figure out like where these pictures are and stuff. Some pictures are more clearer than others. But yeah, she's in underwear, dancing on Frank's bed in the mobile home. And you also see a letter that's written like that's written kind of like a love letter. Like there's some romantic like overtone within the letter that you read. But it also that Rachel wrote. So Rachel wrote a letter to Frank. And the big part in it is pretty much that that whatever drugs Frank takes, it kind of made him have an episode, like potentially like an aggressive one. And it kind of freaked out Rachel, and she's pretty much telling him that, telling him in the letter that hey, I'm not for that. I'm not doing any of that shit. That shit is scary. I didn't like how you acted and everything from that. So she's pretty much, it's pretty much almost like a hey, I'm not gonna see you for a while because what you did kind of freaked me out, so I ain't gonna see you for a minute. So it's assumed that sometime after that is kind of when she went missing. Because Frank has no idea where she is. Because he's kind of, he's not entirely, extremely broken up that she's missing, which kind of makes him a suspect initially. But later, during some conversations that you have with him, it kind of becomes a little clearer that he's also trying to figure out what happened to her. But in any case, so you find out that information, you present it to Chloe, and Chloe's just extremely upset. Like, she's pissed off, because she's like, because she just falls on, takes it as, like, yo, she's fucking Frank behind my back. She's in a relationship with Frank or whatever behind my back. She never told me. Max is like, of course she didn't tell you. She didn't want to, like, hurt your feelings or whatnot. Which also may insinuate that Rachel potentially already knew how Chloe felt about her. And which is why she didn't say anything. But yet again, we have no confirmation of this. Max is just... she's just making educated guesses. Like, slightly educated guesses. But yet again, Chloe's like, well, this doesn't make me feel better at all. She's extremely upset and whatnot. She's lashing out at Max in this situation. Like, she's just letting all her emotions out on Max. And she's like, fuck it. Everybody just betrays me. Everyone just fucks up on me. Just fucks me over. Also, when you're in Frank's mobile home and trying to find out clues, depending on if Frank took your gun, if you didn't try to shoot him at the junkyard and he took the gun, you could also find the gun he took in the mobile home, and you could actually steal it back if you want. But if you did shoot him and he doesn't have the gun, then Chloe just has the gun the whole time still, so it doesn't matter. But in any case, Chloe storms off and leaves. Max leaves after her. Obviously, you don't take... do you take Frank's book? I think you actually do take Frank's book, I believe. The book with the photos and all that stuff, I believe he does. You do take the book, I think. Because considering later in episode 4, when you're piecing everything together, I believe they do have those photos on them, so they do take it. At least Max does. Because Chloe just storms off, so it's assumed that Max just closes up everything, puts everything together, and then just takes it and rushes behind Chloe. And Chloe, in an amazing moment outside the mobile home, somehow she takes the keys to the mobile home and is able to throw them on top of the roof next door of on the roof next to the building that's next to the parking lot. Like, not the diner building, but the building that's kind of like on the other side of the parking lot. Somehow Chloe is able to throw it on top of the roof. How she's able to do that is amazing, but Jesus, girl, why didn't you play like baseball or something? If you have a throw that's that fucking like good. But either way, so they leave. Max and Chloe storm off in Chloe's pickup truck. They end up leaving. She ends up going to taking you. They end up having like a back and forth like argument, Max and Chloe, while Chloe's driving the pickup truck. She pretty much is like, I know you're upset. Max is like, I know you're upset with what we just found out and stuff, and Chloe's not having it. She's like extremely upset in the heat of the moment with everything that's going on. She's like, like everyone in my life betrays me. My dad dies. You leave me, Max. Max leaves me. Rachel betrays me. Rachel leaves me. My mom is just with I believe she calls him stepfucker the whole calls David stepfucker in this blow up that she's having. And she's like, everyone in my life lets me down and stuff. Like when everyone that I care about and try to open up to and I try to feel safe with leave me. And Max is like, it was like, your dad didn't leave you. He died. He didn't choose to leave you. Rachel didn't betray you. Rachel's missing, and we still need to find her and stuff. So she's like, you know who I blame? Chloe's like, I blame. She's like, I blame my dad or whatnot. And you could say as Max, like, you mean William? And Chloe's like, yeah, because ever since he died, my life has been miserable and shit. So you try your best as Max to try to reason with her and try to steer her in a good direction, but it's like she's just not having it. She's just not having it. So she just goes. So she just kind of gives you the silent treatment and takes you to back to school. So she takes you back to school, which school is over by this point, but Max lives on campus at the dorm, so it's pretty much like Chloe's taking Max home, pretty much. So she goes home. So Max goes back to her dorm. Chloe's upset. Obviously they're gonna talk to each other later. It's just obviously she's very upset right now. She needs time to cool off and process things. So they're gonna talk later. So Max goes to her dorm. She's sitting on the dorm, at the dorm, and she's looking at the photo of herself and Chloe when they were younger, the photo that Joyce gave her. She's looking at it, like pretty intently. She's looking at it, and then as she's looking at it, like obviously concentrating on it and like really, the photo starts to start the actual part of the photo where, because it's a Polaroid photo, so the actual part of the Polaroid photo where the people and everything, where the actual image shows on the Polaroid, it starts to flicker, and Max starts to hear Chloe and young Chloe and William talking. And that freaks her out, and she drops the photo. She's like, what the fuck just happened? So she picks up the photo again, and she's like, okay, I need to focus on the photo again, because it seems like that's what triggered that. So now you have to do a little bit of gameplay to focus in on the photo. Like you have to take like if you're playing on controller, you have to take like their two joysticks and kind of like rotate them around until the picture is like clear. Like the picture starts off fuzzy, and then you have to move it around and try to clear it up. So once you clear it up, you start, because once you get closer to clearing it up, that's when you start hearing the voices a lot clearer. So once you're done, you hear the voices perfectly clear, and it's like you zoom it, the game like zooms into the photo, and then it switches to to right after William takes the photo, and Max and Chloe like just finished taking the photo, and Chloe runs over to William and be like, oh, let me see the photo and whatnot. And meanwhile, Max is like looking around like, what's going on? So now it clearly dawns on both Max and obviously the player that whatever happened, Max ended up going back to that moment in the photo. So now present day Max is inside the body of past Max and is conscious of it. So she has like future knowledge of what's going on, of what's going to happen. So now at this point, you have to, well, Max tells you that now since she knows this is happening, she wants to correct things. So now she wants to prevent William from being able to drive his car to pick up Joyce. Because the reason why he was driving in the first place was because Joyce called the house so he can pick her up from I believe she went to buy some groceries after she got off work. So she's like, can you pick me up from like the supermarket or whatnot? So that's why he ended up leaving Max and Chloe at home to go pick up Joyce with their car. And that's how he ended up in the car accident. Which ended up being a truck that a truck driver that I think was the truck driver was either drunk or he was just negligent and like ran a red light. And unfortunately, you know, he ran into William's car, and that's how William died. So your job is to take the car keys, William's car keys, and try to hide them or get rid of them somewhere, some way, where William can't find them. Which is kind of tricky in this part because you could kind of hide them in a spot and you think they're hidden. And then as he's looking for them and he can't find them, he's like, And then he pulls out a alert button that rings on the keys so he could find the keys. So if you didn't hide them well enough, he'll still find them because he'll hear the alert on the keys and he'll find them that way. So you have to find a place that he can't hear the keys. So there's a couple of places that you can do it. You could throw there's a thing where you could throw them out in the backyard and like close the door so that way he can't hear it through the door. Or you could just open up a window on the side of the house because there's a window by the kitchen. You could open that up and throw them out the window and then close the window and he won't hear them. Or one of the funniest ones is the kitchen sink is kind of full of water. You could kind of dump him in the kitchen sink and he won't hear it, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so if you're successful at hiding them, he can't find the keys, and then Max suggests like, oh, why don't you take the bus? Why don't you you and Joyce get the bus coming back? So it's like, oh, okay. So William ends up leaving to go catch the bus and whatnot. And Max is like extremely happy because she's like William will be alive and Chloe will have a better life and things like that. And everything's gonna be hunky-dory and happy. Like everything's like she even like grabs Chloe's hands and is like jovial and everything. And Chloe's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So that's all like really, really good. So also a little tidbit is you can't leave the downstairs area of the house. You can't leave that area. Like you can't go outside to the backyard or anything, and you can't go like upstairs to Chloe's room or anything. You're kind of restricted to like the general area of where the photo was taken. So you can't like wander around and do a bunch of stuff. So after you do that, the timeline starts to the timeline zooms out of the photo. And then in a really cool scene where they present like the timeline changing, they show you photos I believe all of them are like Polaroid photos or whatnot. The point or maybe they're not, but they're photos in general, like they're pictures. They show them pictures of different moments, like in time. So they show like whatever the current timeline is. They show like a moment like that, and they show it kind of like how a photo burns if you try to like burn a picture and how it like burns and curls up and whatnot. They kind of do that effect with the photo, and the current timeline event like burns away, and it burns into whatever the new the corrected timeline event is. Like for instance, it shows the like it shows a wedding photo of David and Joyce, and it burns away, and it shows and it replaces it with a photo, a more like up-to-date version of a photo of William and Joyce. And then later it shows a photo of a birthday photo of Chloe getting keys to a car, and it turns out like it's a pickup truck, except it's like an actual new pickup truck, and it's not like the beat up pickup truck that she had and stuff like that. But the more like crazy part is one of the photos is a photo of Rachel and of like Rachel and Chloe, and that burns away. So now, and I forget what it replaced it with, but it's not a different photo of Rachel and Chloe. Excuse me. So you already see that like oh, potentially they didn't did they ever meet? Because the burning away of the photo and not replacing it with another Rachel Chloe photo kind of insinuates that like, okay, in this corrected timeline, they apparently don't know each other. So it's the assumption if you're just going off that. So after the timeline corrects itself, like it updates itself to the changes, the ripple effect changes that you made saving William, you Max wakes up in the present, which obviously the present is different now because the timeline changed. Max wakes up to sitting in the front lawn, the front courtyard of Blackwell, in a circle surrounded by Victoria, Courtney, and Taylor, and a couple of like other guy clique members, like some jocks and stuff. And Victoria is in that little instance, it's like, oh, Victoria is like Max's friend and like cares about like what Max thinks and what Max like kind of says. Cause but yeah, cause Max Victoria calls Max Maxine, because Maxine is Max's full like name. Like obviously Max is for short, but Max doesn't like being called Maxine. She prefers being called Max. So she instantly tells Victoria like Max, never Maxine. And then Victoria's like right, sorry, and is like we're cool, right? We're cool, right? So obviously insinuating that like Victoria cares if Max likes her or not, which is obviously a complete 180 from what the original timeline was. So rightfully Max is kind of freaking out because she's like, what the fuck other changes did I make? Well, not make, but what changes happened because of me saving William? Like, what else changed? So she ends up getting up. She ends up going to, like, walking down the courtyard. She sees Warren with I think it was Stella. Yeah, with Stella. Which Stella's one of the background one of the background girl characters that you could kind of conversate with, but she's not like super important. The only thing that makes this moment relevant with her and Warren in this new timeline that happened is that through conversations that you have with her earlier, it's kind of it's pretty much you could figure out that like, oh, Stella like likes Warren. So if you don't like accept Warren's advances in the main timeline before this point anyway, you could kind of steer him into like the Stella relationship. But there's also like another girl like Brooke that also kind of likes Warren, and you could kind of like push him in that direction too, which is kind of funny. But but as far as this timeline goes, no matter what, he ends up with Stella here. So that's like one big change that another big change that you can see is like, oh, so in this timeline Warren is not like really in love with Max. He like already has like someone that he's with. And then Max ends up taking the bus. She ends up taking the school bus she's intentionally taking the school bus to Chloe's house. Because she's like, oh, if I if I changed all this stuff, I need to find out what the fuck happened with Chloe. So she goes to take the bus to the school bus to Chloe's house. And when she's getting on the school bus, she sees that the school bus driver is David. So David isn't a security guard, he's a school bus driver instead. So that's another change that she sees. And then as she's moving, as she's on the bus on the way to Chloe's house, I'm assuming during like a red light stop, everyone looks out the window and sees that the beach, because you could see the beach clearly on the road that they're on, that the bus is on, and there's a bunch of whales just beached dead on all up and down that beach. Like you just see a bunch of them. And everyone's like looking out the window of the bus like, what the fuck is that? Like what the fuck is going on? Like why is there a lot of dead whales just on the beach? So, which is another hint, which is supposed to be a hint of the storm like approaching. It's insinuated that it's supposed to be like the storm or something. Like some like supernatural signs that some weird shit is happening. Because earlier in the other episodes, you can find like dead birds like around the environment. Like just dead. So now in this instance, it's upgraded to like dead whales in this timeline instead of birds. So it's like whatever you did, it's not stopping. Like it's not stopping like the supernatural stuff from happening. So she finally gets to Chloe's house, and when she gets there, she's kind of taken aback before going to the front door, because earlier when you see Chloe's house in the first and second episodes, and earlier in this episode, the front of Chloe's house is the top of it was started to be painted blue. So it's insinuated that it's not flat out told to you, but you can kind of figure out that William was the one that started painting the house before he died. And I guess out of grief or something in Joyce's part, on Joyce's part, or maybe Joyce and Chloe's part. And David is just gonna do whatever Joyce wants. So, well, that Joyce wants. So it's clear. So none of them ever bothered finishing painting the house. So the house just has this top thing of blue, and that's it. The rest of the house is like still white, waiting for the rest of it to get painted. So when Max gets to the house, she's taken aback immediately because the whole house is painted blue already. So that's like the first sign for her that William is alive. That the house is finished being painted, so William has to be here. So she knocks on the door. And then William answers the door. So he answers the door and he's like, "Oh my goodness, Max, it's been a long time since we've seen you. Like, it's so nice that you're here," and blah blah blah. And William's like, "Chloe will be very very happy to like see you and whatnot. Like, it's been a while." And he's like, when you moved, when you moved to Seattle, because Max moved from Arcadia Bay, which is in Oregon, and she moved to Seattle, Washington, after William died. So in this case, even though William's still alive, she still wound up moving. So William says to Max that when you moved, like, we thought like we would never see you again or whatnot, and stuff like that. And Max Max says that I would never do that to Chloe and whatnot. And William's like, "You and me both." So something to that effect, like along those lines. So he's like, "All right, let me call Chloe over so she can see you." So he calls Chloe over, and and the camera is like inside the house, looking at the doorway. So the camera's looking that way. William moves out of the way. He moves to the side, right? Like, obviously for Chloe, to give Chloe room to like come and see Max. So he moves to the side. The camera's zooming closer to Max. So now that William's to the side, you could see Max, and you see Max's reaction of like, holy shit. Which initially, you can, for a split second, you could kind of take it as like shock or something. Like, oh, Chloe must look like really different or something. But then the camera starts cuts from that, and you start seeing pieces of Chloe, and you could kind of tell this twist is coming if you're being very observant to how the front of the house looks like when Max is in front of the house. Because if you're being very observant, you could see what the twist is going to be here. So the camera shows you little shots of Chloe, and clearly it's not good. Like, it starts to dawn on you yourself as the player of what's happening. And then you realize that, like, wait, what Max was reacting to was a reaction of not just shock, but also kind of horror. So then the camera cuts to like the bottom, like a camera shot of like coming from someone's feet upwards, right? But in this instance, it cuts down, and instead of the first thing you seeing is Chloe's feet, like, yeah, you kind of see her feet, but her feet are sitting on the plates that you rest your feet on a wheelchair. And the camera pans up, and you see that, yes, she is in a motorized wheelchair, but then when you get to her, like her top half, like where her upper chest and her head is, you see that she has a breathing tube in her neck. And and immediately you're like, what the fuck? And it also doesn't makes the situation even sadder is when we get to Chloe's face, she's not like sad or depressed. Like, she actually kind of gets like a little smile, like she's, you know, despite on what she looks like right now, she's happy to see Max. So with that image of Chloe in the wheelchair with the breathing tube, the episode ends. No montage, no nothing. The episode just cuts to black. And having said that, with all the emotions and whatnot that come from that, and as for myself, having a family member be in a situation like that, where they literally have like a breathing tube and everything in their neck, it makes it even more. It makes it hit personally even harder. Now, at the time when I first played it, it still hit hard, but I didn't have that. At the time, I didn't have like a real life personal situation where I saw that in front of me. Like, I could touch the person, I could interact with the person. So that moment now at the end of episode 3 hits way harder. It hits way harder now. And it hit hard before. It's just exponentially more now. So with that being said, and with all the crazy stuff that happened, with the investigation, with all the investigating that you're doing, with all the moments that you shared, reconnecting with Chloe and whatnot, and whether you take it in a romantic direction with her or not, I 100% am putting episode 3. Let me move this up so we can see this now. I am putting episode 3 in S tier. Because that is exactly the emotion that I get. That's exactly the phrase I get from this episode. Is this episode will always stick with me. Like it just stays, especially even more now. And especially where that goes, where that follows up in the 4th episode, makes it even harder. Makes me feel it even harder. So with that, we're so with that, that's where episode 4 is gonna be. Okay. So wow, we got a lot more to go through. Some of these are good. Well, as we move on, it's gonna get faster. But in any case, we're going to since we got that cliffhanger, I'm going to leave you with this cliffhanger. So because there's gonna be way more emotions, definitely a lot more emotions coming from me in the next one as we move on through the parts, through the next episodes throughout the other games. So with that, we will leave this here. So far we finished the soundtrack section. So this is how the soundtracks list right now. And this is what we have for the episode so far. Because we still have all of this left. We still have all of these episodes left. And we still haven't gotten into like characters and then collectively judging the game. Judging, well, not just the game, but judging everything together. So yeah. So we will put so we will save this and we'll leave this off for next time. So with that, JR here once again. Actually, once again, I will. I'll leave this off, and we'll go through. We'll pick this up next time. Well, not next time, but we'll pick this up in another. We'll continue in another video. Because I was not expecting this stuff to go well, all of this to go this long, but But hey, you never know what's gonna happen when you're doing it. So sometimes it could go quick and sometimes it could go long. But you know, when you're going down, when you're breaking down every when you're breaking down every episode and trying to figure out like where they land, when you're trying to break down all this stuff to figure out where you rank them, it's gonna get hard. Some of them get a lot easier, but going through the events of each episode makes it even more makes it easier to figure out like where they fall. Because if I just drag them and put them there, it's like, because as I'm going through it, it could kind of click on me and be like, okay, I was going to put it here, but then I'll put it here now that I've kind of recapped like what actually happens within the episode. So, but yeah, so now that Max has her time, the time photo powers of going inside photographs, that's definitely going to become a big part of the game now. Cause I will say a negative about episode 2 was the introduction of the time freeze mechanic, the time freeze thing that happened with Max with Kate. But the fact is that that there isn't another moment in the game that something like that happens again. So unfortunately, it's not something that's a negative. A negative for the episode is that they introduced something that they don't follow up on. So I will say that is a negative. Is a negative as far as how the powers have been evolving so far. But yeah, Max is, but the photo power definitely is something that's gonna get used again. Because clearly, given the situation that episode 3 leaves off, she would have to do something about it. So clearly, you would have to use it again. But how that happens and how we go about that, we'll go through that and rank it. Rank it in another video, in the next part of this. So with that, JR here signing off, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Later.